Alrighty, guys. Let's get started. Yes. Yo, yo, yo. Oh, I'm on the roam right now, actually. Yo, yo, yo. What's good, Jordan? How you doing, bro? Open clothes, dope, dope. This is my survival world. I've been on here for about a month. I think I got a pretty decent amount done. So just gonna continue on. I've been fucking with this shit. Like that. Let me see. I'm just trying to get my TikTok chat onto OBS real quick so I can see all the chats. We got TikTok chat. I bet. What's up, Prosta? What's up? Need to check something from my chat. TikTok app profile. Wait. Uh, Maybe we'll have to run it on the side. Cause I don't know why. This how you get like that. So I forget. No. Well,
Oh, grab yourself. Oh, come back, come inside. As I come in, come inside, stand there, close my door for me. Where are you coming from at this time of night?
I'm looking for something else.
You are looking for something at this time of night. Do you know what time it is? It's almost 3 a.m. in the morning and you're looking for something outside. What are you looking for in the morning?
Because I need it.
Because you need it's going to shut up your mouth. Jesus Christ, it's enough. This generation is, look at what you even go outside. Look at what you're wearing outside. You know, what are you looking for outside? No, answer my question. What are you looking for outside at this time of the night? So you have joined them. You're playing with all those small boys outside. You're playing, look at, I'm going to tell you about this thing in your nuts. I'm going to tell you about it. What are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? So this is what you want to be doing now. With this outfit that I wear, you know what you do for me now? You will leave this house and go back to where you're coming from. Come on here. Come on here. No, come on here.
Please, what happened again?
What do you mean what happened again? What did you
It was just a one-time thing.
I someone shut up in my head. What do you mean what happened again?
It was a one-time thing.
What do you mean it's a one-time thing? This is not the first time they are sneaking out of this house.
No.
You're going out where you're going out.
Ancient wisdom passed down for over
Yo,
500 years.
boy.
People in ancient times were truly brilliant. 1. This is an ancient clock. A wooden...
Yeah. Understanding now. You gotta know. Yeah. Get my perfect. All right, there's my shit. Shrink will be a yeah, it's not going for the shrink. I really want shrink. I'll go back to wait. Again. The dog still have. Try it. Shadow. Hold on. Most. Okay. Rock with it. Rock with it. Lean with it. Not stop. What's up, Ryan? No, still. Is this vibrant visuals? Might be. I don't think this is vibrant visuals. A lot of stone. Okay, it is. A lot of stone. No lag though. Oh dear. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do before I really start doing anything on this episode, I guess this playthrough, it's so smooth. is I want to build a subscriber wall. I can walk over there actually. I basically have this really big space below. This really big space below this compound auto storage. So for those of you guys that subscribe or you follow, all you gotta do is basically like the live, and I'm gonna be throwing you guys' name up on the board. But I want to keep timeline if anything, or just have something that I can show like that relates to the community. Damn, sorry, I got caught up. Yeah, that just reflects the community and the people that are born. So okay, yeah, don't look at this room. This is my redstone testing room. Shulker loader here. I think this thing works too. Where these real no, not need. Some of these things out. So basically, if I put here, go to the hopper and get put in. I may have. Oh, actually, no, this is the wrong chest. Top chest. This chest. Okay, it's this chest. Yeah, there you go. I'll put that. Should be unloaded. Let's take this. This. Doopty. And badgers. What are these? The badgers. Yo, what's up, dog? What's alive? Is that the Joker? Yeah, your profile picture is the Joker. So, yep. So it is working. Yeah, I basically just load into here and it loads into Jokers. Now, there's probably a better design I could use in terms of my auto storage, but I did want. Go ahead, take. Now that I know how to build it, I can now implement on the design and use it for. Alright, so I can go look. It's wrong. I'll make it. Jesus. Yo, what's up, guys? Arrows. Arm chunks. That was a small slime. First time forever. Okay. I think I need to grab a couple things. Oh. I don't know if I want to do this design again down there. There's a can't, it kind of has to be flat, so I guess I'm gonna be alternating between blocks, but I don't want it to be plain. I think if anything comes to mind, real quick. I guess also let's look at like what blocks I do have that I haven't used yet. I'm gonna use blocks I have. Let me just oh, you can't do anything with that? Let me see. See a block. Let me see a block palette. Yeah, I could do that. Maybe I need to, yeah, definitely need to do that. Hmm. Ooh, this might be it. Gilded blackstone, polished blackstone, yellow concrete, some gilded. I think I want to do that. That actually speaks to me. Let's come in time. Wait. Oh, need some touch. expensive. Yeah, alright. Put soul touch. Oh my world. So now and pickaxe. Wait. When I wait this. Nice. Here, it back. Okay. This. You need your stained glass too. There's, oh, let's get some stained glass. Glass. Let's see what I have. I have something. It was. Excellent. bridge. Polished blacks. Polished. Yellow concrete. The yellow stained glass. I'm not doing. Blue yellow. And I just need gold block. Hell? Where am I? I just like my Okay, so what I was looking for is not here. Crafted. This. This. Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, I'm back. Slimed out. Mm. It's an even it. Would be an even 3. That'll work. Which is good. This. Yo, what's good, Char? Let's get SS. What's up? What's up, there? Bye, bye. I can't even see the glass. This nigga Joe was good fool. Nigga sharing the live OG. Okay. Yo, you gotta pull up on the Minecraft, bro. This shit tough, bro. My shit tough in a bit, nigga. Oh no. Oh nigga, I got Battlefield. You trying to run that shit? I got the stick right here, nigga. I was literally just running the hell yesterday. And sabotage bar. Yeah, I got red sec. I got the whole pack. Yeah. You trying to hop on right now? We can run that hoe right now. I just gotta finish this shit up. Yo, resource. Alright, bet. That's a bet. I'll be on. I'll probably be streaming, so just tap in either way. And drive safe, Joe. I'll see you. Bye bye. It's, Yeah, W's in the chat for y'all. Your ass nigga. God. Alright. I gotta get rid of these slimes. I don't even know how they're spawning. Just that small area is enough. Crazy.
You go out swinging instead of withering. You realize this is what you've been waiting for. The moment you literally drained lives for. 10,000 years of perfect attendance, and your shift is finally ending. So when your brain finishes her pitch, you don't hang back. You step forward, offer the handshake, she takes it, and skadoosh. I'm kidding. But that's it. That's the big Marvel Assemble moment. After all the wars, all the gods, all the running, you're standing in Kamarag, about to join a Death God startup. Roll credits. And hey, if you made it all the way through this, respect. If you want more suffering, tragedy, questionable life choices, and emotional damage disguised as lore, there's another video waiting for you right here on the screen. Seriously, click it. Don't leave me here talking to myself. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. You wake up screaming, not that anyone cares. The Medicaid servitor slaps a barcode on your chest and calls it a birth certificate. Your mom names you 9 because 8 siblings died before you. Your dad? Already dead. No, wait, just conscripted. Same difference. His last Vox message was cut off by artillery fire. You'll learn this is called family time. School is held in a bombed-out chapel where the teacher's missing an eye from asking too many questions. The curriculum, advanced obedience, and how to identify heresy in your neighbors and yourself. Lunch is protein paste that twitches in the bowl. Recess is watching the Arbites execute a man for stealing a cup of water. The only toy you get is a spent bullet casing. By tomorrow, you'll trade it for half a moldy protein bar. By 6, you can recite the litany of hate but can't spell hope. By 8, you sleep through hive quakes like they're white noise. By 10, they hand you a shovel and assign you to the corpse recycling vats. Your first shift starts at dawn, you'll be dead by noon. Hopefully. The corpse recycling plant's orientation is a single grease-stained slide. Stir or die. Your trainer, a half-rusted servitor with one arm replaced by a meat hook, demonstrates technique by fishing out a skull and dropping it back in. This is considered onboarding. Your job is simple. Stir the human soup, skim the floaters, teeth, belt buckles, the occasional dog tag, and try not to recognize the tattoos. That eagle design? Old Man Henders from Block 7. He gave you candy on Sanguinala. Now he's giving back to the community. The foreman calls this the Emperor's Mercy. You call it a felony in any sane universe. Lunch break is 6 minutes to choke down a protein brick that tastes like regret and broken promises. The water ration smells like a boot, but you drink it anyway. Dehydration turns your piss orange, and you can't afford a trip to the Medicaid. The trick is disassociation. By week 2, you've perfected the vibe check out technique, staring blankly into the nutrient slurry while mentally reorganizing your trauma like a Pinterest mood board. That one's for childhood neglect, that one's for liquefying old man Henders. The foreman mistakes this for exceptional focus and brings you a pamphlet that says, "Congratulations, hero, in what you hope is rust." The factory was hell, but at least it came with dental. The guard just gives you more ammo and a prayer that this bullet has your name on it. Turns out the guard doesn't train you, it conditions you, like a grox being cooked for slaughter. That congratulations hero pamphlet? Lies. Your drill sergeant, a human-shaped brick with a voice box where his soul should be, greets you by throwing a live grenade into your squad and screaming, "Lesson 1, failure has consequences." The Medicaid bills you for shrapnel removal. Your last gun is older than heresy and twice as likely to jam. The manual is one page smeared with what you hope is oil. Step 1, point away from valuable allies, if any. Live fire exercises mean dodging the commissioner's bullets while he tests your reflexes. Team building means digging graves for the poor birds who failed a friendly fire awareness course. You ask when you learn actual tactics, the sergeant laughs so hard he voids his pension. Remember that vibe checkout technique from the factory? Perfect it here. Disassociate through beatings, disassociate through nutritional rations, a brick of something that squeaks when bitten. Disassociate when they hand you dog tags stamped with someone else's name. Graduation is a multiple choice test. A, charge the enemy. B, die for the emperor. C, all of the above. You pass. Your reward? A fresh uniform, stain, extra ammo, rations open in case of existential dread, and a one-way ticket to a war zone even the orcs call unnecessarily brutal. The factory at least pretended you mattered, the guard doesn't bother. First lesson of war, you've always been cannon fodder. The only difference now is you're issued a gun. The war zone smells like someone tried to barbecue a mortar pole. Your strategic briefing is a crayon map with shoot here scrawled over what might be a tree or a tank. The commissar's pep talk. The good news is, the enemy's low on ammo. The bad news, so are you. Your first firefight lasts 3 days, or 3 minutes. Time gets weird when you're dodging artillery that may or may not be yours. The Vox screams conflicting orders. Advance, retreat, stop shooting to medicate. You manage to land a shot, but that's someone who already self-deleted, but they don't know that and promote you for a confirmed kill. Between
Dart.
Today's video was sponsored by Surfshark. I think Surfshark is the best VPN out there. I think at this point we've all heard of VPNs.
I'm gonna try to clear
Virtual
the pattern
private
with the
networks.
ground. I don't know how
They
many
keep your online
leads
identity
in,
and
but
activity safe by
better
encrypting all
block
of your
talent
information that gets sent
bit
between
of,
your
so
devices and the internet. This keeps your data protected from all sorts of parties, anything from big companies to cyber criminals. Using a VPN to encrypt your online data helps secure your personal info in a number of situations, like when you're using public Wi-Fi. That can be a goldmine for hackers. Masking your IP address is also great for privacy. The VPN makes sure that your download history, your city, and even your country aren't linked to your identity. Now, Surfshark has over 4,500 servers in 100 countries.
yeah, I
By
gotta leave
acting
that
like
one
you're in
slime
those other
out.
countries, you can access and unblock all sorts of content libraries and streaming services that are only available there, like getting the full Netflix library without having to worry about what is and isn't available in your country. Of course, this means that you can use the VPN to bypass censorship and geo-restrictions as well. So head on over to surfshark.com/diretrip or just use code diretrip at checkout to get an extra 4 months on your Surfshark subscription. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no harm in trying it out. And now, back to the content. Over the years, many young people have come to find themselves as part of certain groups online, and while these groups all have different names, they all share the same core features. They often promote, encourage, and even assist young people in carrying out acts of violence. Many of the murders we've come to cover on this channel have taken place thanks to, at least in part, these groups. Today's subject is no exception. Adra Küçükidem was born on May 2nd of 2006 in Eskişehir, Turkey. He lived in an apartment in Tepebasu, Eskişehir, with his parents and his younger brother. Very little of his early life is known, but it has been said by those who knew him that he was a very quiet, almost completely silent kid who struggled to make friends with anyone else. Eventually, he came to go to the Eskişehir Tepebasu Sahit Murat Tuzcu Vocational and Technical Anatolian High School. Here, his teachers called him calm, quiet, and antisocial. It was said that he didn't really participate in class, never raising his hand or volunteering any information himself. While he did do and turn in his homework, he was only a moderately successful student in the end. Regardless, school staff said that he was always a good kid. He wasn't the kind of boy who would be seen fighting on campus or really using violence in any way. He didn't have a single offense on his disciplinary records. One of his teachers even said, "I have not experienced negativity with him. I have never faced him because of a disagreement. I didn't see any disrespect. He was a quiet, calm boy. We loved each other." Eventually, he started going about his schooling in an alternative sort of way. He would go to school in a more traditional sense for 2 days out of the week, and then do an internship at a factory for the other 3 days. It seemed that he was doing pretty well. Arda, however, would later speak of his experience during this time very differently. He wrote, "When middle school was over, I had a bad depression. Life wasn't worth living. It didn't make sense to be a slave to this shitty system." Arda would later say that he was never on good terms with his parents and was much more close to his grandparents, but those around him were a little bit confused to hear that. His teacher said that he came from a very good family and they never got any hint that there was any violence or dysfunction going on within the household. Not only that, but they were financially doing just fine as well. However, given that Arda wasn't known to speak, it's unlikely if they would have known anything about the finer details of their relationship anyway. Still, Arda's neighbors felt the same as his teachers. They never saw anything going on. One neighbor said that they were a very clean, well-functioning family. They said of Arda and his family, He would sit on my upper floor. They were such good boys. He was a quiet, calm boy. There was no shouting, no calling. He wasn't naughty. We never heard or saw his parents' violence against him. When they were asked if Arda had any friends, they responded with, "No, I have never seen it. I had a grandchild, for example. I couldn't let him in the house, but this kid wasn't like that. He was not someone who went out to the streets and played ball with his friends, disturbed the neighbors, or shouted. Never. He would go to school, come home from school. He was harmless, but not social." Another one of his neighbors added, "We have not seen any disrespect for 13 years. Other neighbors added that, while he didn't have any friends, he did seem to be very close to his parents, saying, "He would go out with his family and come back home with his family. He was harmless. He wouldn't make a sound. When he saw me, he would say hello, but he would never chat." One problem that Arda seemed to have with his parents was the fact that they wanted him to go to a university after high school. He didn't like that they wanted an element of control over his future. He had his own ideas for what he wanted to do and who he wanted to be, but said that his father would often clash with him on these plans. He said that his father would often yell at him and call his ideas stupid, while his mother would either remain silent or even join in herself. While he protested, he said that his parents would never leave him alone unless he buckled and agreed to do whatever they wanted him to do. Arda admitted that, during some of these fights, he would blow up in anger, yelling at his dad and even threatening him. Because of that, he feared that one day he would completely snap, do something crazy, and probably end up in jail. He later wrote, "I just hate them with every part of me." After he began to show more of these violent tendencies, his parents began to grow more vigilant. They started to check his room, looking for any drugs or weaponry. Due to this, Arda said, "I don't really see them as humans, just demons to make my life insufferable." While Arda never really made friends in person, he was fairly active online and did have some people he spoke to there. While it isn't known what kind of edgy conduct he was getting into, he claimed to do all sorts of things. He told one of his friends that he would kick cats on the street, watch murder videos online, and beat other kids on their way home. He mentioned an interest in making Molotov cocktails and throwing them at different buildings as well. Sometimes he would play games online with these friends, and whenever violent acts came up, he would tell them, "I want to do these things to other people. I will do it soon." Arda, trying to justify why he would say these things, told some of these friends that his father was beating him. It's not known as to whether or not this was true, as these conversations seemed to be some of the only times that he would mention anything of the sort. His online friends felt that he was likely suffering from some sort of psychological issue. When they suggested that he just move out of the house when he graduates, Arda said that that wouldn't solve anything. He said that his depression wasn't really tied to his parents specifically, telling them, "It's more about how normal life is all suffering." More than anything, he hated the idea of how the world works. When he thought of the future, he couldn't stand the idea of the monotony that would come with a regular work life. It didn't help that he didn't really have any companionship. He would say, "I don't want to spend years in college just to work from 6 to 8 in a factory. The whole thing is a slavery scheme. Aside from that, I've also been pretty lonely." Arda felt that he would be stuck working in a factory for the rest of his life, as due to his internship, it was all he really knew. He began to dread going into work, saying online that he really didn't want to go each and every day. While he made a small amount of money there, it wasn't near enough to move out or find any real independence. It wasn't long before these feelings of hopelessness brought his mind to an even darker place. It didn't help that he said he was being bullied regularly while working this internship. He started to say, "I know that I could work somewhere else to pay rent on an apartment or something, but I'm too weak mentally and I'd rather shoot myself because I just hate the current system that we live in. I'm not going to waste my time on that." As Arda's depression grew worse, he began to show more signs of anger. However, during these bouts of rage, he would mainly take things out on himself. He would bang his head against his desk and even cut himself in fits of rage. He said that he would go out to the park every night and sit by himself, thinking of when he finally might die. When he came home, the rage would take over. He grew irritable in his daily life as well, snapping at people over the smallest noises that they might make. When it happened, his gut reaction was to punch himself in the head. He began to describe himself as a lost cause, saying, "I've really just given up at this point. I've got nothing to live for, no objective." Arda began to post on an online forum called Sanctioned Suicide, where he would tell people about his situation and ask for some advice. He told people that he had gone up to different high places and debated on jumping off of them, but that would never work as he had a fear of heights even when climbing upstairs. He also considered hypothermia, but that would be a very long and drawn-out process. He thought about putting himself in front of a train, saying that he was simply knocked unconscious instantly when he was hit by a car once as a kid. Still, he decided against it. He said that if he had a gun, the deed would already be done, but he didn't. Most concerning of all, he said that imagining all of these scenarios gave him a feeling of excitement. Arda did still show a glimmer of hope every now and then. He debated on going to a psychiatrist and explaining the situation to them. However, he was pessimistic that it would even work, feeling that a psychiatrist wouldn't have any reason to actually care about him. He wondered if at least the medication would help matters. However, he was worried that he would feel too drugged and become somewhat of a vegetable. He did try to see a therapist at one point, but said that their advice was stupid and didn't really do anything to help him. He wondered if it was his fault, because he didn't describe his problems in the best way, leading to them not really being able to help him out as best as they could. Eventually, he decided to give it another try and ended up getting some level of treatment for his depression, even getting medication, but he wasn't diligent with it. His attendance was spotty, and he stopped taking the medication fairly shortly after receiving it. This only made him feel like even more of a loser, saying that now he was too lazy to even die, only existing to complain and suffer. Arda came to meet another young man on Reddit, specifically a subreddit dedicated to depression. After a bit of back and forth on that platform, they moved over to Discord. Arda played a whole lot of a military game called Hearts of Iron 4 and watched a lot of videos related to it. He would rant to his friend all along the way, telling him about his hatred for people that he felt had wronged him and how much he wanted to kill them. He complained that he had never dated a girl before, although he did mention that he briefly dated a femboy and missed him. As Arda's rants only continued to grow in intensity, this friend started ignoring him and, when he got even more scary, blocked him altogether. It was in this hole that, like many other troubled young people before him, Arda began to seek some sort of purpose. Anything at all that would make it feel like his life had meaning. Of all things, it was online neo-Nazi movements that attracted him, despite being Turkish himself. His friend noticed something was up when, on Steam, he wrote, "Getting a job is Jewish," and started sharing memes about the ZOG, the Zionist-occupied government. Arda got more and more into these ideas, eventually ramping up the intensity in the summer of 23. He started finding smaller communities of like-minded kids online, kids who felt that they were stuck in very much the same rut that he was. He came to speak to one boy in particular, a boy that he said was from Eastern Europe and slightly younger than him. This boy wanted nothing more than to be a school shooter, expressing an interest in engaging in shootings all over his own country. He told Arda of his plans to buy a weapon. Arda found all of this talk to be oddly motivational. Maybe he thought this would be a way to carry out his own revenge on the society that he hated so much. Eventually, he expressed his interest in doing something similar himself. He said that he would go out and try to buy some weaponry of his own. However, he didn't really have any luck in acquiring any. He didn't have the money or the means to get anything like a gun. As he complained about this, the other boy told him that he should look into making homemade explosives. Arda really liked the idea and even went as far as seeking out and downloading some documents, illegal in a lot of countries, that would explain how to make improvised explosives. In the end, Arda didn't go with this idea either. He didn't think that he could get his hands on the material that he would need to carry out as much of a large-scale bombing as he wanted. He also worried that he would only end up blowing himself up if he put them together in his home. With guns and bombs seeming to be out of the question, Arda decided to shift his focus to more close-range oriented weapons. In July of 2024, he started to use the little money he had to buy an axe, knives, and pepper spray. He wanted to buy some material to protect himself and his attack as well, buying a helmet, some protective goggles, an assault vest, gloves, and some armor plates online to be delivered to him. He was really excited to get his hands on the armor in particular and grew excited at the idea of personalizing it all. Shortly after he got them, he pasted some stickers related to Nazism all over them, along with the SS symbol. He made drawings related to the KKK as well, and used a white pen to write them on his hunting knife. Arda got into contact with his troubled friend and began to spitball ideas as to how he would carry out his attack. He decided on an area of Tepebasu where he would like to go on a rampage with his knife. Despite growing up in an Islamic culture himself, he wanted to carry out an attack on the mosque in the area. This could have been due to his ideology, or it simply could be due to the fact that a lot of people would be there and in the surrounding area. Arda also came to be interested in carrying out an attack on the Communist Party of Turkey's building specifically, also known as the TKP. He drew up a few maps and sent them to his friend, discussing how the whole thing would play out. His friend thought the plan was solid, a great idea, even. After that, he deleted all the conversations he had with his friend on both his computer and his phone. There was no turning back now. He reformatted the hard drives on his computer as well as his phone, going into full-on factory reset. Now he felt that there really was no going back. All he had wanted was a purpose, and he felt that this act of revenge would be his calling. Like many other young, lone wolf extremist killers who had inspired him along the way, Arda decided to write his manifesto before setting out on his journey to commit an attack and likely die in the process. Arda's manifesto began with a call to action. He wanted to inspire other young men in the same boat as him. In Turkish, he opened with, "Are you depressed? Tired of life? Do you hate humanity? Beautiful. This handbook will show you how to vent your hatred instead of being a League of Legends playing cute." In the writings, he described his hatred for other people in detail. He referred to other people as insects while describing mass killers as cleaners, terminology that he would use all throughout. He wrote, "I was often ostracized as a quiet person. Why? The communication with these insect swarms, because I don't want to engage with it. Humans are inherently evil beings, the most evil of which are the ones who are Jews. I divide these insects into 3 classes. Ants, or the pathetic beings. They are like normal NPCs, a Jewish person in his 40s to 50s. They become slaves to corporations and work. When they grow old, they rot in their soft beds. They are generally brainless. Snails, beings without a brain. They are generally either under the age of 18 or those above the age of 18. They usually work at a job. They have stupid behavior, like bitches and N-words. Stupid. They listen to rap, their thinking abilities are low. And cockroaches, brain-dead beings, a brainless creature regardless of age. They were born this way. Their stupid actions are at the highest level. Their thinking abilities are 0. Arda continued by trying to inspire his readers. He wrote a list of different locations that one could attack, labeling each of them by difficulty, almost as if it were all a game to him. He listed different types of areas in order from easy to nightmare difficulty. He even included a score system, offering points for each kind of weapon that the reader might use. When it came to these weapons, he mentioned a very wide variety. Continuing, he even gave advice for carrying out attacks that he didn't follow himself. He said, first and foremost, to never tell anyone about your attack. He broke this rule himself by planning the attack with his Eastern European friend and by telling some of his other friends that he wanted to kill people one day. He told his readers to read this and other similar manifestos over and over again, telling them to mentally prepare themselves for months. Most people, understandably, would have a very hard time killing another human being for no reason. Due to this, Arda felt it necessary to desensitize yourself for months on end beforehand. One of his last pieces of advice was in relation to getting caught. Showing his immaturity, he said that you should grin at the cameras and make a troll face. Speaking of himself, this is where he said that most of his dark thoughts really started at the end of middle school and beginning of high school. He wrote, "Life wasn't worth living. It didn't make sense to be a slave to this shitty system. But when a hatred of humanity was added into this depression, I found my life purpose. To wipe out as many insects as I can from the world, including myself." He filled the reader in on his plans for what he wanted to do. He stated, "I will take a cold shower and put on my clothes. I will take my equipment and either go by car or by bike. I'm going to the attack area with some transport. In a suitable place, I will put on my equipment and use my axe. I will attach my knife to my vest. Then I will attack everyone who comes my way. To resist them, I will spray pepper spray on the security." Like many others who had written manifestos before him, he added in a Q&A section as well. He answered many of the questions in the form of trolling, but a number of the questions were answered with honesty as well. When it came to what motivated him to carry out these attacks, he wrote, "The hatred of people, misanthropy." When it came to how he felt about the victims and their families, he wrote, "I hope they will be killed soon too." On the subject of what kind of society he actually wanted, he said, a dead society. He assumed that the media would come to label him as a terrorist once the attack was over and done. He said, "Some will say ISIS, some will say PKK. The media is like a sewer, it's all Jewish controlled anyway." On that train of thought, he blamed the Jews for most of the world's problems. He said that, from black rappers to child abusers, it had all been normalized by globalization, all of which he said was controlled by the Jews. Due to this, he felt that everyone only felt that their purpose in life was to make money and nothing else. He said that they were controlled like a circus, a common line when it comes to like-minded individuals like him online. He then said that he felt violence was the answer, ending that rant with "violence can solve almost any problem." He came to use many more calls to action within his manifesto, hoping to egg on future killers. He also used a good portion of the space to honor past killers, writing, "Today's Saints." Underneath, he wrote the names of many other mass killers. Among them were Anders Behring Breivik, Brenton Tarrant, Stephen Paddock, Timothy McVeigh, and even more. Saint is a fairly common bit of terminology that people in these circles online use to refer to other killers. You see the term go back as far as with Elliot Rodger, being called Saint Elliot shortly after his attack by other incels. Alec Manassian, one of his followers, was called Saint Alec as well. This method of referring to killers carried over to other groups too, becoming quite popular among prospective young killers who admire these individuals. Arda bragged that, very soon, he would be included in the list of saints. In doing so, he oddly praised Stefan Balliet, a mass killer who is generally known for wildly failing in his attack to the point of being ridiculed by even his own people. He's mainly known for setting out to kill Jews, but only succeeding in killing 2 of his own people he swore to protect. But more than that, he's known for being unable to open the gate to the synagogue he targeted and giving up. Arda wrote, "All of them have cleared dozens of insects in this world. I will be included in this list of saints, and so will you." Although Stefan Balliet was a saint, his plan failed. Luckily, he killed 2 people. However, he did add, "Don't waste all your ammo on trying to open a door like Balliet." Feeling that the Jews would come to label him as a terrorist and move on, he said, "Don't fall for the lies of the filthy Jewish media. It is completely a lone wolf attack." He ended by telling his readers, "Go and clear out all the bugs, and make the best plan." On August 12th, 2024, Arda decided that it was time to carry out his attack. Arda wrote a blog post saying that he was going to carry out a lone wolf attack, one that he hoped would inspire future generations. He set up a group on Telegram where he invited a few others. There he uploaded his own manifesto along with the writings of a few others and some publications that have only been described as extreme. Another user within the chat soon forwarded it to some other users who would come to view it. There, an announcement was made. Stream will start in a few minutes. Like many others before him, many of which who failed, he wanted to live stream his attack. He went behind a barber shop, putting on his helmet, his tactical vest, and the sort of skull print mask that has become popular with young killers. He was ready to go out to his target location. This would be the Sahit Rustam Demirbus Park in the neighborhood of Ulonder. Unlike many killers before him, his live stream began broadcasting. The stream began with Arda aiming the camera at his face, a blank look in his eyes. He attached the camera to his vest, filming vertically. Now, in an almost first-person view, he began to move forward. Members of his inner circle and those who they invited were there on Kick watching him. Arda moved toward the mosque and, through an alleyway, entered into a tea garden near it, armed with his knife, carrying his axe and pepper spray on his vest. Many people were sitting and enjoying their drinks at some outdoor patio tables as Arda approached. The stress of what he was about to do started getting to him, and he started to breathe very heavily. He scoped out several people, trying to find one that seemed to be the most open and defenseless. After a few seconds of deliberation, he lunged forward toward a man with a blue shirt and stabbed him in the lower part of his back. The man screamed out in pain, unsure of what had even happened. The people around him, surprisingly, barely reacted. If anything, they just looked confused. It seemed that none of them quite realized what had just happened. Arda began to walk away surprisingly very slowly, looking for his next target. He saw a man in a black shirt and pulled out his knife. This man saw him and began to run. Arda took chase, following him for a few moments before giving up. An old man saw him and motioned to him, completely unbothered, with a "come on, man" sort of expression. Most people still didn't assume that Arda was serious. He looked like a kid pulling a prank. He made his way over to a few old men on a park bench and made a slashing motion towards them. They stood up in a defensive stance, causing Arda to run away. He didn't want to attack anyone who might have a chance of defending themselves in the slightest. took off running through a walkway in the park. He made his way to a main road and ran across the intersection, panting furiously along the way. Coming to a small group of people, he once again held up his knife and nervously looked left and right for a target. He chose an old man who had his back turned to him. He plunged the knife deep into his lower abdomen and once again took off running. He made his way past a small fruit stand, about to stab another person, where he heard a man yelling at him to stop. Fearing that this man may come after him, he took off sprinting behind a small building nearby and made his way out onto another street. When he did, for reasons unclear, the live stream cut out. It had only stayed up for about 2.5 minutes. He would continue to run and carry out his attack for a bit longer. The man who had been yelling at Arda just happened to be a police officer. A few locals managed to chase Arda down, tackle him to the ground, and subdue him. By then, a few cops had caught up to them. The live stream cut back in when the police took off his vest, cops looking down into the camera. Several bystanders recorded Arda's arrest as the police held him down on the ground, hands behind his back in cuffs. His attack was now all over. He was arrested immediately. By the time it was all over, Arda had stabbed and slashed 5 people, all over the age of 55. 4 of them were able to be treated at the hospital and were released pretty quickly. One of them, however, was hurt much more than the others with a slash across his neck. He was sent to the hospital in critical condition, but luckily he too was able to survive after 8 days in recovery. In the end, Arda had killed nobody. Arda was soon interrogated at the police station. Here he made the claim that his father had beaten him and left him alone at home for extended periods of time. From the very beginning, he tried to set things up as if he were mentally disturbed due to the actions of his parents. He likely thought that this would be a 2 birds, 1 stone sort of situation. 1, he would have gotten off on a much more lenient sentence if he were found to be sufficiently mentally ill. 2, he could throw his dad under the bus. Still, the police knew that the attack had all been him. So he started to blame his Eastern European friend for helping plan the attack with him. However, by the end, he took responsibility for what he had done to a degree. He told them that he carried out his attack because he hated people and wanted to make an impact. Arda was hit with 5 counts of attempted, premeditated murder and a charge of creating public panic. His trial was given a date to begin, but by all accounts, he was completely screwed. He had both been caught red-handed and broadcasted the attack himself. There would be no lawyer in the world who could get him out of this one. He was facing a maximum sentence of 108 years in prison if he were to be convicted. He would get 20 years for each count of attempted murder, followed by an extra 8 for the public panic. While a local court imposed a media ban on the case for the time being, it was already all over the internet. The police tried to find out who Ardra's Eastern European friend was, but with very little to nothing to go on, they were never able to identify him. It leads one to wonder if that kid ever did end up carrying out an attack of his own. They did, however, find 2 other people who had encouraged the attack within Arda's circle online. Both of them were found to be from the United States, adult members of a group called Telegram. Telegram is exactly what it sounds like, a loosely connected group of users on Telegram who organize group chats in order to promote anything from hate crimes to terrorist acts. One of the members was a 34-year-old woman named Dallas Humber from Elk Grove, California. She was found to have run one of the Telegram groups and had promoted all sorts of acts of terror all over the world, even going as far as encouraging an attack on a nuclear facility in New Jersey. She hasn't yet received her sentencing as of the making of this video, but she is likely to be facing 25 to 30 years in prison. The other member was a man named Matthew Allison, a 37-year-old guy from Boise, Idaho. He was found to have given out various bomb-making instructions and material support to people all over the world, meaning that he was very likely the source of Arda's bomb-making instructions that luckily he never used. Matthew was the leader of one of these Telegram groups as well, having taken the position after the previous leader who had gotten arrested in 2022. His sentencing also hasn't taken place, but it's safe to say that he'll likely get one similar to Dallas. Arda's own trial began on March 7th, 2025. He heavily leaned into the mental health aspect of his case, saying in his opening statement that he had a hard time differentiating between fiction and reality at the time of his attack. He said that he thought he was inside of a video game. On September 24th, 2025, Arda was finally sentenced after several months of back and forth. He was ultimately given 75 years and 5 months in prison. He got 4 15-year sentences for his attempted murders, with the last attempted murder being a lesser sentence of 11 years and 8 months. When it came to the charge of public panic, he was given another 3 years and 9 months on top. If Arda is to be released from prison, he would be about 95 years old when that happens. More likely, the only way he'll see another day outside of a jail cell is if he is let out early for whatever reason. Even then, it would likely be decades before he ever saw that day. Arda's story is one that has become all too common. A depressed, isolated teenager whose feelings of rejection turn into a hatred for society and ultimately a desire for revenge on a grand scale. Like many others, he felt he found his purpose in a collective of like-minded individuals online who encouraged and even supported his desire to commit violence. Without them, he may have never done what he did. And unfortunately, this is a problem that has only grown. After Arda's attack was finished, the final video of his stream was uploaded to the Telegram group where he promoted his attack in the first place. A young girl came to be invited to this chat and viewed both his manifesto and his video. She felt a surge of inspiration, providing her with motivation to carry out her own fantasies of revenge. This girl's name was Samantha Rubnow. Once again, thank you for watching my video. If you found it interesting, please give it a like, it really helps me out in the algorithm, and feel free to subscribe if you want to see more content like this. These days, I have a merch store open. There you can get yourself some clothes if you have never heard of those before. They're things
to the
you
next
put on
spot.
you. If you want, go ahead and follow me on social media. If anything ever happens to the channel, or if you just need to get a hold of me for some reason, that's the easiest way to do it. I also really appreciate when people subscribe to my Patreon. There you can get videos early, ad-free, and uncensored. Channel memberships are up too, and you can get most of the same benefits there as well. Once again, this has been your host Kyle. Thank you, and good night.
Yeah, alright, so we gotta get this bridge finished from. There you go. Alright. Palette, the palette I was looking at has polished blackstone. I just do polished blackstone for the floor. Is that or I can get straight. definitely in a slime chunk. Man, it, it's technically not even a slime chunk, but I bet if I end up in 90, yeah, there's a slime chunk. It's from like 60. Is the middle. I'm gonna have to literally cover the whole carpet in prohibition carpet most likely to get rid of these slimes. But I probably make a design with that.
Oh man, guys, welcome back. And today I'm going to teach you guys how exactly to make a proper fog effect. They are extremely easy to do, kind of expensive on the glass side of things, but I get this question all the time. So it's a really cool thing to add to your world. It can add in so much. And today I'm going to teach you guys how to build this. So let's hop into creative. And I've already set up a bunch of stuff ready for you guys to basically check out. So this is how you properly build a fog effect. Let's just make sure. I'll show you guys basically how it's done. So you're going to want to have 8 layers of glass. I almost said 9. 9 layers would also work too, but 8 layers of glass going all the way up. So if you're going to go with purple glass, you're going to want to have a purple carpet, sea lantern, any kind of light source. It doesn't really matter. Oh, this is weird. I'm naked. You can also play around with doing like some other colors as well. So let me show you guys what it looks like from up top. So we've got the black, on the very bottom on that one, and then we got the purple. You can kind of see a little bit of a difference there. So like with this, we've got the purple fog there. We got the green fog here. Gray fog if you would like. Cyan fog. A nice white fog. So let's see if we can build one right now. It's extremely easy to do. So we're gonna grab not an oak sign. We're gonna grab our sea lanterns. Could be any light source. You can place torches there, whatever it may be. Let's pick out some glass here. So let's say we want to.
Who's up here?
HBO Max is only $2.99 per month for 12 months.
The internet is full of lolcows, but I think I've recently found my favorite lolcow, Lord Babylon. And if you're unfamiliar with what a lolcow is, it's pretty much like an internet laughing stock. And Lord Babylon, he's like this reverse alpha male where he preaches the same things as these internet alphas, except he doesn't really look like one of them. Like, you know, all those alpha males, they have like that one look to them where you're like, oh yeah, this guy definitely sells a course. Like they look a little bit like Ashton Hall or like FitX Fearless. Well, Lord Babylon, he looks like a Discord moderator, which just makes it 10 times funnier. You know that one Reddit meme of that guy putting his hand up like Thanos? That's exactly what Lord Babylon looks like. And I can't tell if this guy is trolling or not. Like, I feel like he could be, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if this dude was serious. I mean, just look at him. Y'all remember that one high school kid who was talking to his teacher? And I guess the teacher was trying to instruct him to do something. And the kid ended up telling the teacher that he's the alpha and alphas don't listen to teachers.
Kids getting out of hands these days.
I've had enough of this. This punishment stuff is going to stop.
You're not going to tell me what I'm going to do?
I am now the alpha.
Well, that's not how this works. I am the teacher.
The alpha takes priority over the teacher. The alpha takes priority over everything. Do you not know how that works?
The teacher is telling the alpha to sit in this seat right now.
And the alpha doesn't have to listen to from its load.
Well, you don't have to listen, but the consequences that follow are going to still apply to the alpha.
The alpha doesn't take punishment.
Let's see how well that works out, okay?
Now that was real. You can tell that that kid was serious. That kid thought that he was more alpha than his teacher, so he didn't have to listen to him. And even though it's a high school kid and Lord Babylon is like 26, I believe, I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Babylon thought he was King Alpha. So in today's video, I'm going to be showing you guys a few of Lord Babylon's videos, and hopefully by the end of this, y'all will become more alpha.
One of the biggest beta male things a man can ever say about his woman is this. I'm her biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan. Gentlemen, the moment I hear those set of words coming out of your mouth, you have immediately lost all my respect.
This man has the greasiest hair I have ever seen. I'm paying attention to what he's saying, but dude, just look at this man's hair. It's so greasy.
The fact that you just said you're your woman's biggest fan tells me everything I need to know. You are a f***ing cock. You are a simp.
God forbid a dude loves his woman and he's his girl's biggest fan. I guess you can't show love to your girl anymore. Guess you can't be her biggest fan because I guess that's just cuck behavior now, according to Lord Babylon.
And you are a your woman should be the one to say, I'm his biggest fan, not the other way around.
I mean, I feel like this is something that could go both ways. You're your girl's biggest fan, and she's your biggest fan. It shouldn't be just one way or the other. Like, I think it's perfectly fine for both of you to be each other's biggest fans.
Now listen, I have no problem with men supporting their woman. If you want to support your woman, support your woman. But I don't ever want to hear you say the words, I'm her biggest fan. That is something only beta male cucks with cotton candy dicks spew out of their mouth.
What is cotton candy dick? Out of all the insults, cotton candy dick is the one that comes to your mind? I guess this man just has a huge beef with the words, I'm her biggest fan. I guess he's fine with you loving your girl and stuff, but you just can't say you're her biggest fan. Or I guess you're a beta male cuck.
The moment your woman hears that you're her biggest fan, she can never look at you the same. And she can never respect you the same. I'm her biggest fan.
Oh, died.
No, you are not her biggest fan. You are her biggest headache. You are her biggest cock. You are her biggest simp. And you are her biggest male girlfriend. You're welcome.
Male girlfriend. I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, how does that male girlfriend, like, to be a girlfriend, don't you have to be a girl? It's like male girl. Wouldn't that just cancel it out? Can't you just say like boyfriend? I don't know. I'm thinking way too hard with this. We gotta look at the comments because I know that they're just absolutely frying this dude. There's nothing wrong with being your girl's biggest fan and her being your biggest fan. Nothing wrong with that. But for some reason, Lord Babylon thinks otherwise. I can smell you through my phone. Because you would know, bro. GF review right now. Got enough oil in that hair to fill up a Nissan Altima. Is the credibility in the room with us? Exactly. What makes this man credible to say something like this? Or to give like alpha advice, you know? Like if this man had a girlfriend or something, you know, I'd maybe lock in when he's talking, but it seems like he doesn't. So like, why listen to him?
I will not give up my seat for any woman, ever. Because if Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat, why should I? But if the woman was disabled or was carrying a child, then maybe I would give up my seat.
Okay. You know, it seems like he's having a change of heart. If she's disabled or has a baby, you know, he may give up that seat. Not 100%, but he may. You know, Lord Babylon might be changing.
But would I give up my seat to any woman, period? No. I will not give up my seat to any woman, period. You're welcome.
Dang, so if she's disabled or pregnant, then just F them then. You wanna sit? Nah. Lord Babylon said no. King Alpha said no. This guy's gotta be trolling, bro. This guy's either a really good actor or he's being dead serious. And that scares me. Because if he's a really good actor, get this man directly into Hollywood ASAP, right? But if he's being serious, then get this man some help, you know? I would tell him to touch grass, but in this video, he's literally outside. So it's like, I don't know how to help this dude. And it's funny because the caption of this video is hashtag Rosa Parks. It's hilarious.
If you have a photo of you kissing your woman's ass, you deserve my foot up yours. Like, you do know what this spells out, right? It means that you're the girlfriend in the relationship.
You're telling me a dude that is kissing his girl's butt in a photo is the girlfriend in a relationship? Yet I promise you, this man has never even kissed a girl's butt. Like, what?
It means that your woman doesn't desire you. And it also shows that your woman is for the whole team. And you're just making it a lot easier for your girl to be stolen away. Like, do you not see how much of a moron you look? Like, how do you have the confidence to make yourself look stupid?
I think that's the difference between him and you know? He has the confidence to make himself look stupid, and that's why he has a girl, and you're just sitting there hating in your room, dog.
Y'all men make it too easy for your woman to go back on the market. Like, how the are you not embarrassed? It's photos like this that tell me that the breakup is coming. Good luck when that happens, because you're gonna need it. You're welcome.
He's saying you're welcome like he just helped with something. This man's saying you're welcome like he just solved the equation to the atomic bomb. What do you mean you're welcome? What did you help with? You're just hating, dog. This man is the Reddit final boss. Man, I guess it's a problem to take like funny pictures with your girl, you know? This couple just probably thought it was a funny picture to take. You know, they wanted to be a little whimsical for the day. Nothing wrong with that. They're being a little whimsical. Stop hating. Are couples allowed to do anything around this guy? Apparently not, according to Lord Babylon. Of course, fart.
Hey fam, get away, bro.
Listen to anyone other than you. I always wondered, what's your experience and what makes you come to these conclusions? That is facts. Like, has this man just been with a bunch of girls, so he's just like, oh yeah, I know how women work? How is he coming to these conclusions, man?
Never trust a man that wears pink shorts. The moment I see a guy wearing pink shorts, it screams feminized, beta male, castrated. You know the deal.
Okay, you're wearing a red shirt though, and red is like close to pink, you know? So like, would that make you a half beta male? Like, I just want to know, Lord Babylon. I just want to know. Or does that just make you like a Target worker or something? Does this guy work at Target? I genuinely want to know. Now am I offended because I have pink shorts on right now? Yes, I'm very offended. Made you look. I have black shorts on. I'm trolling. That's actually funny. I'm trolling, man. I do not have pink shorts on. But I see nothing wrong with pink shorts.
I remember back in September, I was waiting for the bus out in Barrington.
Alright, if anybody knows how to get rid of these slimes, let me know. I read something about carpets with slimes.
How are you gonna hate on the dude walking, you're waiting on the bus. Like, I feel like waiting on the bus, like, according to you, at least from what it sounds like, I feel like that's beta male, bruh. Like, a real alpha is supposed to have a Lambo and like 9 cars to his name. So like, wouldn't waiting on the bus be beta because you're waiting on something to pick you up to get you to the destination? Or am I tripping? Am I overthinking this? Like, let me know in the comments.
I turned to him and says, "Morning, pink shorts." Then he turned around and had a big smile on his face. Now, anytime I see a man walking wearing pink shorts, I will now officially address them as pink shorts.
Oh my gosh, that's so clever. Anytime I see a man walking with pink shorts, I call him pink shorts. Like, okay, bro. Okay. Like, that's very clever, dog. That's very clever. Am I being rage baited? I feel like I'm being rage baited right now. I genuinely feel like I'm being rage baited.
I will address him as such, because I already know the deal with men like this. They are a B-E-T-A-M-A-L-E.
This dude just spelled out beta male, bro. He has to be trolling. And then this dude just told a story that probably didn't even happen, man. He's definitely rage baiting me, dude.
There's nothing masculine or alpha about men that wear pink shorts. Me personally, I have never, not once in my entire life, have I ever wore pink shorts.
And there's nothing alpha or masculine about waiting on the bus either, man. Okay, I'm trolling, man. There's probably many people watching that wait on the bus. It's fine, you know. It's fine to wait on the bus if you're saving up to get a car, all that stuff, blah, 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 right? But according to this guy, he's hating on everybody else, saying that they're not alpha, and he's waiting on the bus. Like, how are you gonna hate on everyone else? Even the guy walking. What if he's walking to his car, yet you're still waiting on the bus? Like, it makes no sense.
And I never will. Men that wear pink shorts are untrustworthy. And don't even get me started on men that wear pink pants. You're welcome.
This dude needs to be arrested. I don't know what for. Just arrest this man before he does something crazy, dog. What's he gonna hate on next? Breathing? I feel like thinking about other men is low-key beta though as well. You're telling me that this guy in pink shorts has stained your mind so much to the point where you just hate every man with pink shorts? And also, this man just generalized everyone who wears pink shorts, all because this one guy. Like, what?
So my husband just texted me and said, want me to do anything special with my hair because he's at the barber right now. And as I was scrolling on Pinterest trying to see if there was any inspiration I could send him, I found some horrible things that we need to discuss.
Now, before I begin this video, I just want to say I'm not going to take shots at Brett Cooper. I think she's a lovely human being. I think she's a walking breath of fresh air.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to say it right now. That is B-A-T-A-M-A-L-E right there. That's beta male activity. You just complimented a woman, Lord Babylon. You can't do that. If you want to be a true alpha, you can't even look in the eyes of a woman. You can't even look at women. You can't even look their way. That is straight up beta, Lord Babylon. Why are you complimenting this woman? Obviously, I'm trolling, guys. I'm trolling.
However, what I am going to take shots at is the text message her husband sent her. Why the are you asking your wife what type of haircut you should get?
Now, do I think that the man should just pick his own haircut? Yeah, I think so. Like, if I had a wife, I wouldn't want her to pick my haircut, because you never know. Like, what if my haircut comes out bad, you know? But this man is sitting over here mad, and he just made a whole video about it. Is that not beta behavior?
You're a man. Pick something. Anytime I see a man ask his woman, "Oh, what type of haircut should I get? What type of haircut should I get?" That just screams people pleaser, beta male, soy boy, cotton candy dick. If you ask your woman, what type of haircut should I get, you already lost.
What is up with this man and cotton candy dick, bro? Does he have a cotton candy dick? Never mind. Pause on that. You know what? We're not even going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that.
In the back of her mind, she's thinking, this guy's a pushover. This guy's a loser. He has no balls. That's exactly what your woman's thinking. Validation seeking and approval seeking. And that's what that is. Bro, you don't have to ask your woman what type of haircut you should get. Just pick something. You're welcome.
Let him do what he wants with his girl, bro. Like, that's his girl. That's not your girl. Why do you care so much, dog? And he's still wearing that same red shirt. Like, is that the only shirt that you own? Who are you, nigga? This guy absolutely jorks it to Andrew Tate videos. I wouldn't be surprised. This is the Hustlers University final boss. But the thing is, I feel like the only difference between him and Andrew Tate, though, is that he's not bald. If Lord Babylon went bald, I feel like people would take him more seriously. She not gonna let you hit, bro. The Reddit Thanos. I'm crying. They made a whole edit of him in the comment section. POV, you finally meet your 90-day bestie. Okay, looks like a funny video that two couples are recording on TikTok, capturing some memories, so when they get a little older, they can look back at this moment like, hey, you remember this? This was hilarious. I hope they're doing good. Let's see what Lord Babylon has to say about this.
You know, it's not bad enough that men have to be circumcised, but now they have to be castrated.
Bro, what? There's no way. Also, the neck of this man's shirt is so loose. This man has a t-shirt on and it looks like a v-neck. I wonder, is this like some sort of strategy he's trying to pull off? Is he trying to show off his chest hairs so he looks more alpha? Or is that shirt just super old and it hasn't been washed or anything?
Like, y'all men get off on humiliating yourselves. Like, where do you have the confidence to make yourself look stupid?
He's saying that men get off to humiliating themselves. Then he's over here posting things like this. How aren't you humiliated?
I would rather be crucified than do some zesty shit like this. Then you wonder why I post what I post. Oh my gosh.
This dude has to be trolling, man. He has to be trolling, dude. Oh my gosh. He's more worried about what they're posting more than they are. Let them have fun, dog. Let them have fun and create memories. You don't gotta be over here being like, oh no, why do men? This isn't what men are supposed to do. It is not that bad. This is not destroying society. Couples having fun and recording a little ticky-tock. It's not messing up society or anything, dude. We got another little TikTok that seems like it's just a band having some fun. Let's see what Lord Babylon, the top alpha in the entire galaxy, has to say about it. We all know that this dude gets the most women, the most money, the most cars, the most clothes, the most jewelry. Like, he just has everything that we all want. So let's see what he has to say.
How are you fellas? Just thought I'd jump on here because I found the perfect name for your little band you got going on there. It's called Less.
Brother, can't they say the same thing about you?
Because you clearly don't get any. And you never will get any. Especially when you're posting stupid like that.
See, this is one of the videos where I feel like he's genuinely trolling. But just because, number one, he looks over. Is he looking over at a script or something like that? Or is he looking over at if any betas are in the vicinity? And number two, he's talking about posting stupid stuff while he just posted something stupid. Is he just baiting us? I think this man, yo, Lord Babylon might just be playing 4D chess. He might. And if so, this man is amazing at it. Throwing stones from a glass house. If it isn't the kettle calling the pot black. How he felt making this. Words from the experience. Dude, oh my gosh. Lord Babylon telling another dude that he gets no girls. Lamau, dog. Lord Fart Chud, have you considered dating men? Yeah, I wonder, has this man ever just decided to like just go with men instead? It seems like this dude is just so infatuated with men. Why doesn't he just date men, bruh? Pause. If you really liked her, you would never play her taxi ride home after she just got done getting her back split in half by another guy. I think he meant to say pay, not play. And also, this just seems very oddly specific. This seems like something that Lord Babylon might have done. I know we're out here talking about how he has no experience with women, but maybe this is like his experience with the girl before. And from that one bad experience, he just hates all women because of that. And if he did pay for a girl he was messing with taxi ride home after she just got her back split in half by another guy, then I feel bad. I feel so bad for this dude, man. Lord Babylon gotta lock in, dog. Like, there's no way you just let that happen. And you paid for the taxi ride? GG's, brother. His whole gimmick is just projecting his deepest insecurities onto the internet and masking it as some kind of someone had to say it truths. How sad for you. I hope someone can make you happy enough to forget this and give you something better to do. That's facts. This man, Lord Babylon, just seems super insecure. All this dude does is hate on other men and hate on women. That's it. And if you don't listen to the Lord Babylon way, then I guess you're just a beta cuck simp. Y'all get the point. That's Lord Babylon. Once again, like, in some videos it seems like he's
Fuck you, boss. I'm not coming back to work. Ain't I? This is my little man.
That little man is Dakota, the woman is Felicity, and they're the two leads in the most exhausting story the internet has handed us this year.
Felicity need to go home back to her people and stop trying to take advantage of Dakota a little bit.
When this social media influencer called Corkle found Dakota on a street corner and turned his rescue into viral content,
what all would you say is, what's all your conditions and stuff?
We didn't know it would spiral into one of the most toxic sagas the internet has ever seen. On the surface, these two look like they have a cute love story. Dakota, the homeless man with dwarfism, gets saved by a good Samaritan with millions of followers, falls for a woman named Felicity, and seems to finally catch a break. But within months, they were sleeping on the streets, begging followers for money. Felicity was banned from housing for 46 years for being a complete nuisance, screaming at neighbors from the balcony, starting fights over an apartment she wasn't even on the lease for, and allegedly throwing oranges at elderly residents below. She even started dating a 55-year-old sex offender. Most of the time in the entire timeline, Dakota and Felicity broke up and got back together almost every other week. At a point, everyone watching was just drained from seeing the same thing happen over and over. Now the whole internet's asking, who exactly are these people? And how did a rescue mission turn into this mess? Let's start with the most head-scratching part, which shows how exhausting this couple can be. The sleeping on the streets part. On October 15th, 2025, Felicity posted a video of her and Dakota on the streets of West Virginia. This video was a comeback video right after she and Dakota had one of their numerous romantic fights. This particular one involved her dating a 55-year-old registered sex offender in South Carolina while Dakota waited back home. In the video, she practically reintroduces her little man Dakota to the internet and lets the internet know that they're back.
This is my little man. And we're back, bitches. We're bad as fuck.
The crazy and funny part of this video is, these two weren't living off the street because they had to, but because they chose to. They had good clothes on them, they were well fed and clearly not struggling the way actual homeless people do. In fact, Dakota had an apartment which was paid for. An apartment with actual walls, running water, electricity, a great bed to sleep in. Everything someone coming off the streets could ask for. But over time, Felicity had gotten in so much trouble. For one, Felicity had been banned from the building after multiple complaints from neighbors about not being on the lease. She'd been yelling from his balcony, causing disturbances, making enemies out of people Dakota had to live around. Even worse, she was reported to be throwing oranges at elderly residents below, forcing the housing authority not just to kick her out, but ban her from the property entirely. And when they did, Dakota made a choice. He left the apartment and joined Felicity on the streets. But that's a whole other chaos, which we'll tackle as we get deeper into the story. While also relaunching their relationship in their video, they took another step. They asked strangers for money. Money to book a hotel room. Money to get food.
We're sleeping outside right now. Anybody can help us? Get a hotel tonight. That would be a lovely. We really need the money for hotel and food. So, that would actually be really great. Tell him, baby. Look at my hair, y'all. Look at his hair. He's like...
This part caused a whole lot of ruckus on the internet, with some people wondering why she had to quit her job and then come on the internet to beg for money from strangers. And others were worried for Dakota himself. In this comment it says, hopefully he doesn't fall into drugs. However, all those negative comments didn't stop Dakota and Felicity from pushing for funds. Dakota himself even put it up on his account with a donate caption. In the caption he wrote, "Please donate, struggling right now, can't really think, and God bless y'all." Well, instead of sympathy from the public, posting the whole donations thing on their social media pages backfired spectacularly. Fans who'd once rooted for them were now calling them out, suggesting they'd officially become a pain in the public's butt. A user named Corey Rackestar also posted on Facebook calling out the entire situation. In the post they said, "So Dakota has reached out through his social media accounts asking for money as if he has gotta be homeless. Boy, if you don't take your ass back to the apartment that is paid for and leave Felicity's ass where she stands." But if you look at that comment closely, you'll notice something. Felicity wasn't just being criticized, she was being painted as the villain. And the thing is, Corey Rackestra wasn't all wrong. In fact, just weeks before Felicity came back to Dakota, she'd been living with someone else. Someone much older and with a criminal record.
One update on me. I'm no longer with Dakota, Michael Harper. I am with a new man. I am no longer with Dakota, no more. I've completely changed. I vape now. I don't fuck with nobody anymore. I've completely changed. Like, completely changed. So, if you see this again.
Everyone waited to see who this person was. But since Felicity was taking forever to reveal him, or maybe never planned to, it didn't take time for people to find out on their own. His name is Robert Edward Flaming Jr., a 55-year-old man. Back in 2011, he was convicted of assaulting a minor. Also, he served 2 years and 6 months in prison, then spent 5 years under supervision. Today, he's listed as a registered sex offender. Now, Felicity was 21, Robert was 55, and he was not only her boyfriend, he was also her boss. At least that's what Felicity claimed. In the October video where she returned to Dakota, she hinted at it when she said, "F you, boss, I'm not coming back to work." That line made it clear she'd been working for him while dating him.
And Robert, if you see this, fuck you, boss.
Somehow things got even weirder. A TikTok creator came forward with information from Felicity's friend. The friend had been talking to Felicity during the time she was with Robert, and with Felicity's permission, shared screenshots of their conversations.
Okay, you guys keep asking me to reveal Felicity's new boyfriend, so here it is. I'm gonna show you guys a picture of what he looks like. Alright, here he is. This is the picture that I was given. I was also given a Facebook page, but I'm not gonna put his business out there. It was also his personal company page, so I'm not gonna dox him like that. But this is what he looks like. He definitely seems to be a lot older. This came from Felicity's friend, and the friend sent a screenshot showing that Felicity said it is okay for her friend to talk to me and share this with me.
The screenshots this creator shared suggest Felicity wasn't happy in her relationship with Robert. One line in the conversation stood out. The part where Felicity expressed her concern about the friend knew what going back to Dakota would mean, the same toxic cycles repeating. But despite all of that, Felicity was already thinking about it. Her mind was already made up. Even while she was with Robert, Robert himself wasn't hiding his intentions. Felicity's friend also told this TikTok creator that during a FaceTime call with Felicity, she could hear Robert in the background. He was at a Waffle House talking to someone and bragging about how his girlfriend is famous, saying he has got Dakota's girl.
This friend also told me that on FaceTime with Felicity, she could hear the new boyfriend talking in the background to somebody at Waffle House, and of course it's freaking Waffle House. But they're at Waffle House, and I guess he was talking about how his girlfriend is famous, and basically boasting yeah, I got Dakota's girl, saying all kinds of crazy stuff. So I think he's just a clout chaser personally. I think he's using Felicity, and he's a lot older than her, which I think is super weird.
After that tea from Felicity's friend, the internet had already started connecting the dots. A 55-year-old registered sex offender dating a 21-year-old woman who just came out of a toxic public relationship. He had power over her in multiple ways. As her employer, he controlled her income. As someone significantly older, he had more life experience and influence. And as someone with a criminal past, the entire situation felt very predatory. However, Felicity stayed. For weeks, she posted from South Carolina. She worked for him and dated him. And privately, she told her friends she couldn't handle it. And then about a month later, she left. She came back to West Virginia. She posted the video with Dakota. And she publicly cut ties with Robert in the most dramatic way possible. To understand how Dakota and Felicity became the internet's most exhausting couple, you have to go back. Back before the streets, before the begging, before Robert, and back to the person who accidentally created this entire mess by trying to do something good.
Okay, what do you want to talk about, Dakota? Let's re-go over how we first met.
His name is Jake Griffith, but online everyone knows him as Corkle. Corkle runs a YouTube channel with over 1.3 million subscribers. He also has 1 million followers on Instagram, about 2.7 million followers on TikTok, and an active Facebook page. He's based in Charleston, West Virginia, and for years he's been doing one thing consistently: finding people who need help and documenting what happens next. He didn't start out this way. His early content was motorcycle videos and gaming streams. But somewhere along the line he shifted. He started telling stories about real people in crisis, people dealing with addiction, homelessness, mental health struggles, people society had written off, and his audience loved it.
So remember how I got that homeless lady a phone? Well, we've been texting back and forth, and I've been trying to think of some ways I could help her. So you see this tunnel right here? Well, that's actually where she lives, all while trying to take care of 15 plus cats. So today I decided to meet up with her and see what I can learn. I don't know. What do you think sounds good?
However, in October 2024, while driving around West Virginia in a mask, he saw someone standing on the side of the road holding a sign.
Hey, buddy. What are you doing, buddy? Meet Dakota.
It was a 21-year-old man named Dakota Harper. He was born with dwarfism and tremors that made his hands shake constantly. When people saw him, they assumed he was on drugs, but he was not. He just had a medical condition that no one had ever bothered to treat.
I've seen you on TikTok. What's your name? Dakota? Nice to meet you, buddy. Are you hungry at all or anything? You hungry?
Dakota had been adopted by his family and was living in what people called a trap house. For him, that meant waking up every day surrounded by people selling drugs, stealing whatever they could get their hands on, and starting fights over nothing. He had no way out. All he had was a sign in the hope that someone driving by would actually stop. And one day, Corkle did. Surprisingly, after noticing Dakota's condition, Corkle decided he wasn't just going to give Dakota a meal and drive away like he normally does. This time he was going to help him long term. So Corkle got Dakota a hotel room for 2 weeks. Just enough time to figure out the next steps, get Dakota stable, and find him permanent housing. But 2 weeks turned into 3 because Dakota was over the moon. For the first time in years, Dakota was happy. He had a bed, he had food, and he had safety. By this time, Corkle's followers were eating the entire concept all up, going crazy over the transformation going on. Donations poured in, people were sending money, asking what Dakota needed, and literally begging for updates. Corkle took Dakota shopping. They went to stores and picked out clothes that actually fit him, things Dakota had not had in years. Then Corkle took him to get a haircut. But the moment that completely broke the internet came next. Corkle got Dakota a dog. Now, within weeks, Dakota went from a trap house to a hotel to a full apartment. This was the success story. But the thing about viral stories is they don't stay simple. The more attention they get, the more complicated they become. And Dakota's story was about to get very, very complicated. That's because on checkout day from the hotel, Felicity walked right into the picture. She was staying at the same hotel. When she came outside and saw Dakota with his dog, she stopped to pet it. And just like that, everything changed. Dakota and Felicity both had an instant connection. Within 24 hours, Corkle was funding their first date. Dakota was nervous, picking out flowers, acting like a kid going to prom.
So when Dakota was homeless, I got him a hotel for a week and he found a girlfriend. So the next day I got him a haircut because he has a big date. I even let him pick out some flowers for her. So y'all met yesterday morning and you're already in love? Wow. So do you think it was love at first sight? Well, she's gonna love the flowers.
When Corkle and Felicity got to Felicity's hotel room to pick her up, her mom answered the door. Unfortunately, Felicity wasn't even there. But Dakota left the flowers anyway and came back to the car still hopeful.
So he just went to go knock on her door.
I used to live there. I'm a No, when she'll be here?
Later that day, Felicity finally showed up. She apologized for not being there earlier. Dakota gave her another chance, and this time they actually went on that date.
Dakota was sad because he couldn't see his new girlfriend. Now they can finally have their first date. She said he found something he wants to buy her. Oh boy, I'm really already spending $50. She was really something else.
Oh my god. Wow.
Felicity told Dakota her mom's place was not safe and said she could not stay there anymore. On one particular occasion, Felicity had a huge fight with her mother. The argument got heated and escalated quickly between them. During the fight, Felicity's phone got broken. After the fight ended, Felicity found a way to call Corkle. She was crying and upset. She told him what happened and said she needed help. She made it clear that staying with her mom was not an option anymore.
So today I picked up Dakota and Felicity because Felicity called me crying.
She threw that across the room and told me to get out of the house. She's like, this is what you get for being the horriblest, worst daughter ever.
So within a week of meeting Dakota, Felicity moved into the apartment Corkle had secured for him. Dakota welcomed her in without hesitation. Although she was not on the lease and had no legal right to be there, she moved in anyway. And Dakota did not see a problem with it.
So remember how Dakota got a girlfriend? Well, today he wanted me to take him to see her. He was mad because we couldn't find her. We finally found her, and this is how it went. Yeah.
Come on, then, come on. I'm not walking without you. He's my man, so come here, little stinker. Let's go.
So I let him say hi for a minute before he came back to the car.
I love you. See you tomorrow.
You have kids?
No, I am unable.
Why did you ask that dumb question, babe?
You don't know a Roblox life experience.
Do you? So you two plan on having a kid? Really?
Yeah, we do.
When?
Ooh,
It felt like the story was complete, but it wasn't. It was just the beginning, because this fresh start was actually the beginning of a cycle that would play out publicly, repeatedly, and destructively for the next year.
tomorrow, I hope. Probably so.
You hope?
And just months after Felicity moved in, the same thing happened that viewers expected. The drama started coming up. Dakota and Felicity were fighting, not occasionally, but constantly. They fought about money, about who was spending too much and who was not contributing enough. They fought about trust. Dakota would accuse Felicity of talking to other guys. They even fought about the apartment. In one case, Felicity was so mad at Dakota for letting some random man come over to their place and basically do whatever he wants. She also reported to Corkle.
So today I went over to Dakota's apartment and learned some terrible news.
And he was messing with his in that fucking chair.
Seriously?
Yes, and I caught his bitch ass.
You see, Dakota has a problem. He keeps letting this guy come over to his apartment and do horrific things. How'd he get in here?
He walked in here.
So what were you doing when he was here? So after they told me what happened, I had a big talk with both of them to try to figure out what was going on. They told me that this Jimmy guy has been sneaking into their apartment every night and making himself comfortable. A few weeks ago, I got him a Ring doorbell to help with stuff like this, and he said the guy stole it off of his door. And right as I was...
While Corkle was still trying to understand and resolve the whole thing, the guy in question came knocking at the door. The first major controversy started when a video began circulating online. It showed a girl in a bra and underwear sitting on a man's lap, and many people thought the girl was Felicity. The internet went into overdrive. People were tagging Corkle in the video, flooding his comments, accusing him of protecting Felicity, calling him a fake friend to Dakota for letting it slide. The video spread so fast that Corkle had to step in. Some days later, Corkle posted a clarification. He debunked it, but the damage was done. Not because the video was real, but because people were already watching their relationship that closely, already looking for proof that something was off because of the little fights here and there, and they were right to expect it. A while later, Dakota and Felicity had already broken up.
Jacob?
Who is it?
My ex-boyfriend.
Your ex-boyfriend?
Flashback prime.
Dakota would post emotional breakup videos. And then, despite saying all these things, they'd soon be back together, posting couple videos and acting like nothing ever happened. It became a pattern people could set their watches to. Break up on Monday, make up by Friday, rinse and repeat. At this point, the Dakota Felicity community started getting really irritated. The comments shifted from supportive to frustrated. People weren't saying, "I hope they work it out" anymore. They were saying, "I hope they stay broken up." One comment said,
"Bro, don't let this man get with her."
And Dakota wasn't just posting about the breakups. He was writing letters, actual breakup letters. In one of the letters, he wrote,
"To Felicity, I wish we could still. to the point of you were lazy and ate all day.
And in another letter he wrote,
To Felicity, I'm sorry we couldn't be together, but I'm the problem. If I could have helped you, and then you might not be together.
And it didn't take long for the cheating allegations to start. One particular time when everyone was in the apartment, Phil had brought a robot to hang out with them. While they were all busy cooking, Felicity left the room to speak with her ex, who we don't know because she never talked about him. The robot, which was active nearby, overheard the entire conversation and immediately reported what they heard to Dakota. The conversation revealed a lot about what Felicity was really thinking. During the conversation, she was asking if it was possible to be both with him and Dakota simultaneously. Then she dropped another bombshell. She told her ex that she was pregnant. Whether this was true or not, she never truly mentioned it. But the most disturbing part was, Felicity suggested that both Dakota and her ex could fight over who would be the baby daddy.
Now it's time to make some dinner. He's making the spaghetti we got from the store. But while he was making it, his girlfriend got a call from her ex. And y'all should have heard what she was saying. We told him what she was saying and this happened.
Naturally, the comments were not nice at all. Most people kept saying that Felicity was being super obvious and that Dakota should dump her right away.
So, princess. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to the.
But then Corkle posted a picture of Dakota with an update. He told everyone that Dakota and his girlfriend were still together and trying to fix their problems. Corkle also added that he had talked to the girlfriend and explained that her talking to her ex really hurt Dakota. However, it felt like there were still some issues cooking behind the scenes, because Corkle made another post, this time with a picture of Felicity. He said he had talked to Felicity again about how much it hurt Dakota and broke his trust when she contacted her ex-boyfriend. The timing made it worse. Corkle pointed out that this would happen especially right after what seemed like a good date, meaning Dakota and Felicity would go out together. They would have a nice time. Everything would seem fine between them. But then later that same day or the next morning, Felicity would be texting her ex. In the post he said,
"Talked with Dakota's girlfriend recently about how it hurts his feelings."
Felicity hasn't talked to her ex since then, and it looked like things were going really well for the couple. But then again, this wasn't the end for these two. A month later, things got messy again. Corkle posted a picture that seemed to show Felicity on a date with a different man. The post reads,
"I'll be addressing a viral TikTok later that seems to show Felicity on a date with another man."
So I'm sure if you guys follow me, your algorithm probably showed you this video. It's a post someone made on TikTok of what appears to be Felicity and some other guy going on a date at Texas Roadhouse. Well, the video blew up, and this obviously made Dakota sad. They were already going through a breakup, so this didn't help. I started reading through the comments on that video, and they were wild. Like, what's this? After a minute of going through them, I saw that guy in the video actually commented on it. So I read what he had to say, and he claimed that they were not on a date and that she was just a family friend. And if that's true, that must be very annoying to see online. So I messaged the guy to see what's up. So I talked with him for a minute, and he sent me some screenshots to help me understand the situation better. It seems like when she was going through a breakup with Dakota, she was staying with a close friend. And whenever she was ready to leave, that close friend asked her brother if he could take her home. He agreed to it, but he wanted to get something to eat first. Then, when she realized the plan and that he was going to Texas Roadhouse first, she asked if she could go too. I asked the dude if I could post an updated video to let everybody know that he was just trying to get something to eat and was drugged into the middle of this, and that Felicity wasn't cheating on Dakota.
Through all of this, Corkle was stuck in the middle. He was still paying their bills, covering rent, buying them new phones whenever their phones broke or stopped working. Destroy each other in real time.
Bro just FaceTimed me and said he lost the third phone I got him. I literally just paid the phone bill yesterday.
However, some of the blame started shifting to Corkle himself. People started asking a different question. Was he actually helping, or was he making things worse? Some wondered if paying their bills and trying to keep the couple together was only dragging out a relationship that should have already ended. By this point, Cole had poured thousands of dollars into their lives. Hotels, rent, phones, food, everything they needed to stay afloat. And now people were asking if all that money was actually helping Dakota, or just funding a toxic cycle that refused to end. A viewer also commented, "This guy helps Dakota, but to keep just buying stuff isn't teaching him any real responsibility." Well, that comment wouldn't be wrong, because about 4 months later, Cole posted something that confirmed what people had been suspecting for months.
I haven't been posting recently because I'm trying to put some distance between me and Dakota.
He was pulling back from the situation, not completely walking away, but stepping back enough that people noticed the shift. In the post, Cole admitted he had been trying to create some distance between himself and Dakota. He also explained that he did not want to keep supporting behavior that was harmful anymore. He actually realized that his constant involvement might be making it easier for Dakota to stay stuck in this crazy cycle with Felicity. A month later, Dakota and Felicity's relationship drama had moved beyond breakup posts. It was now about to become a legal issue. Felicity had been living in Dakota's apartment for about 6 months. The problem, however, was that she was not on the lease. The apartment was only in Dakota's name. She was not supposed to be staying there overnight regularly, and definitely not living there full time. But that's exactly what she was doing. So after complaints began pouring in because Felicity was regularly yelling from Dakota's balcony. This wasn't a one-time thing because she was constantly screaming at the people below, which was creating noise and causing disturbances. She also started throwing actual oranges at elderly residents who were below the balcony. The housing authority documented everything. At this point, this behavior was clear grounds for eviction. Dakota was warned and served a notice that made the situation official. Felicity was banned from the entire apartment complex, not just his unit, but the whole property. She was told to leave immediately and never come back. But the consequences didn't stop there. The part that shocked everyone was that Felicity was removed from the public housing waitlist for 46 years. People were also asking, how bad do you have to be to mess up and get banned for 46 years? Korkle addressed it directly in a video. In that video post, Korkle also explained that the apartment management had been patient with Felicity. They warned her multiple times to stop coming around. But she kept returning. She kept staying overnight even though she was not on the lease. She also kept yelling at neighbors, starting arguments. The problems just kept piling up until management had no choice but to take action.
You guys know Felicity was banned from Dakota's apartment and she was still going over there. Come on, Felicity, what are you doing? And like I said, she was on the wait list, probably next in line pretty much to get her own place. But now, since she's been banned, she's been removed off that list. She can't reapply for that until like 4 to 6 years, and they'll probably see that she's been banned before. It just made things a lot harder. They're both very upset about it. She was banned for multiple reasons. A lot of people are commenting like, so Dakota's not allowed to have guests, and I agree, that's not that big of a deal, but that's not what was happening. She was going over there, staying the night over and over and over, and they even let people stay the night for a certain amount of days and stuff, but she was basically living there. She wasn't on a lease, and they were actually very nice with Dakota and patient. They were like, yo, I mean, you can't let this chick over at your house. He still let her over though, so it's on him too. But that's one of the reasons that she was banned. Another reason that she was banned though is because she got into a couple little incidents with some of the other residents there. She would yell at people from Dakota's balcony. She threw orange peels at people, elderly.
It gets worse because Felicity did not stay away. She'd been told clearly that if she returned, she would be trespassing. Still, she came back anyway, and this time the police got involved allegedly. Some officers showed up at the apartment. They told Felicity she was trespassing and had to leave. Dakota and Felicity did not resist or argue. She just packed her things up and the officers escorted her out of the building and off the property. Before she left, they charged her with trespassing. In this post, Korkle said, "So as most of you know, Felicity was trespassed and banned from Dakota's apartment. She had to be escorted by the police." Weeks later, Dakota and Felicity were in court. Korkle made a post where he said, "I took both of them to court today, and I truly wish them the best." And from this point, they never gave an update on the court case. However, the most frustrating part for people watching was that Dakota stood by her through all of it. He reportedly defended her decisions and said the neighbors were nosy and couldn't mind their business. He said the management was unfair and targeting Felicity for no reason. He refused to see that she had brought this on herself. And when Felicity got banned, Dakota decided to stop using the apartment. His reasoning was, if Felicity couldn't be there, then he would not be there either. At this point, Korkle couldn't do anything but watch. He had paid for that apartment and given Dakota stability, and Dakota walked away from it by by choice.
So you guys know how Felicity was trespassed from Dakota's apartment, right? Well, they didn't want to be separated, so they got a hotel together.
Keep in mind, Dakota still has his apartment. He's not evicted. And Felicity's parents, they want her home. And they'll even let Dakota come visit. So they both have places to be. Here's how they feel about Dakota's apartment.
He probably will be evicted by tomorrow, I hope. Probably so.
You hope so? Alright guys, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I guess they don't want the apartment. Who's that guy, Dakota?
We met with our dog named Trixie.
Y'all met him here?
And that's how they ended up where we started, on the streets, begging for money, with nowhere to go because they'd burned every bridge and exhausted every option. A few days later, after the begging video went viral and Cole posted his "I tried my best" message, Dakota and Felicity went back to the hotel, the same hotel where they first met. And then 2 days later, things got darker. Cole posted that Felicity was in the hospital with what she said was kidney failure. He wrote that she was very worried, under a lot of stress, and then he mentioned something that made people pause. It's a sad situation, especially since she was just recently in and out of the hospital after older men took advantage of her while she was on a trip. The post caused immediate backlash, and people accused Cole of exploiting her vulnerability for content. The comments turned on him fast. As of now, Dakota and Felicity are still together, still cycling and posting. The apartment Dakota walked away from is still there, but he won't go back, not without her. Corkle is still around, but from a distance. He updates occasionally, but the daily involvement is gone. He tried. He gave Dakota a chance at a different life, and Dakota chose this one instead.
The girl that was walking? Why?
If it's the right person,
What does she do?
who has my fucking dog.
She has your dog? Really? Well, you shouldn't
Socks.
hate her. You shouldn't hate her for it. She's looking after Socks now.
Come on.
You don't want Socks to be homeless. I know it sucks to lose your dog, but at least it's in a better place. He's being taken care of. He's good. It is a really big responsibility, you know?
It just helped me with my depression and shit.
Yeah. You think you've got better with your depression?
Yeah.
Because I remember when we first met, I asked you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You said dead, remember? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Dead.
Huh?
Dead.
Dead? What? Why?
Hell yeah.
You don't think that now, though?
Hopefully in a mansion.
In a mansion? Well, even already. Check this out. I mean, you got a nice apartment all to yourself. You don't have to worry about going out with a sign, staying in a crazy
The internet
house,
is full
or
of
arguing every
lolcows,
single
but
day and
I think
fighting,
I've
right? How could you do that? That must have been hard, right?
Whenever I make tangerines like this, everyone asks me for the recipe. I'm gonna start by cutting my tangerines in half. I'm using 4 tangerines here and I'm gonna cut them like this. I've already peeled all of them and I'm gonna cut them like this. I'm going to prepare a wonderful recipe, very simple and easy to make at home. With the ingredients you have at home, you can prepare this delicious recipe. I already have the tangerines, I'm gonna leave them here for a moment. And now I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of butter to the pan. And I'm gonna melt this butter well. We're gonna make a caramel here to put the tangerines in. It's gonna be delicious, huh? Guys, the butter has melted very well. Now I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of sugar here. I'm gonna mix it on top. Well integrated. Now here, I'm going to add a cup and a half of now all we have to do is remove it from the pan. And look how delicious it is, people. And from here, I am gonna put it back to brown the other side too, which is going to be very delicious. Now all we have to do is cover it and wait for the bottom to bake. And here the other side is already baked. Now all we have to do is turn off the heat and we're going to remove the cake from the pan, people. Now comes the best part. Cut and enjoy this tangerine cake. A super fluffy and delicious dough. Whenever I make tangerines like this, everyone asks me for the recipe. I'm gonna start by cutting my tangerines in half. I'm using 4 tangerines here and I'm going to cut them like this. I've already peeled all of them and I'm gonna cut them.
When you want to play Minecraft longer than a 2 weeks phase, you have to create a world with intention and purpose. All of the farms in my world is seamlessly integrated into my city. Take this electrical power plant. Not only will this building power my whole city, but it will also act as an automatic copper oxidation chamber. This farm right here not only acts as an entrance to my forest, but it also provides food for the people inside of the city. This Japanese building right here, it houses my clay farm, and right next to that we have a Buddha statue, and inside of that statue we have a creeper farm. You get the idea. In order for you to keep going and have the motivation to keep expanding your builds, you have to tell a story and create meanings behind your creation. And in today's video, I'll be showing you guys how to do just that. Hey, welcome back guys to my channel. My name is Dai. If you're new here, I do weekly videos of me building in my forever world, and I build crazy projects in my world. I try to give you guys tricks and tips every video, so sit back and enjoy today's episode. So before we start with the building of today's episode, I noticed that my villagers are not really working. They always just stand here for some reason. They're always together looking at each other's faces all the time. I was so confused, and then I checked the chest down here, which stores all of the wheat, and they have not produced anything new for me. And then I realized that I don't have a composter in there, and they need to have a composter to work. So before we do anything else in the episode, I think we need to put a composter down there. And for the longest time, I struggled with how to make this composter look good, because it is like a giant wheat field, right? And a composter is gonna stick out like a sore thumb. So I kind of figured out how to do this in a more natural way. So let me show you guys what I mean. So right here in my inventory, I have these leather armor and a pumpkin head. So this will be a scarecrow that's gonna be hiding the composter. So let's just place that real quick. Okay, so it needs to be somewhere
it looks pretty good.
Because again, the hoppers are gonna be under here, and then it's gonna funnel all the way inside of the chest. So it would only make sense if we have it somewhere here so that the villagers would only work in this specific area. So let me break this and then break this block. We can place the composter down, put some fences up like so, and then we put the armor stand right here. Okay, let's make sure we sleep first because I don't want to have like zombies spawning in this area because I have not lit up the area properly. So let's just sleep real quick. Okay, that's perfect. Go back in here. Now we can place the armor on the armor stand. Perfect. Now we just have to position it all the way there. Turn off gravity. And maybe you can find a pose that fits a scarecrow pose. That way we don't have to do too much work. I think this joyous one is perfect for that. That way we have this open armor here. And then now we just have to put the legs together. So put this as 0. And then I think it looks much better if he's looking a bit downwards, like so. And then we can tuck the legs inwards a bit. Now we just have to push it all the way back to the fence. Oh, you can see him working already. That's perfect. Okay, now I just gotta make it look like it's attached to the fence. Putting it a bit more backwards. That should be perfect right there. There we go. So now that we have that out of the way, we can move on to today's project. And we're back on where we ended last episode. Is this dock right here? This is probably my favorite spot in the city. Looking at how developed this whole area is, just don't look at this part, okay? Looking at this area right here, that looks amazing. I'm gonna build like that for the whole city. So that's what we're gonna do exactly today, is to build out this whole section of area. Since this is a town, I wanna make sure that this whole area is filled with life and lots of buildings. And since we are doing a Japanese theme base, I wanna make sure that we have a Japanese row stores at the front right here, because it is a more busy and commercialized area. and then we'll have the housing maybe at the back right there or somewhere over there. But yeah, I'll show you guys my plans a bit more later. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to clear out all of this dirt in this area right here. That way we can have a spot for the build. So let me just do that real quick. How did they even spawn in the water? I'm so confused right now, but at least this way they can't really bother me building. Yeah, you guys just stay right there. But yeah, anyways, I cleared out this whole area right here. And also I just updated my game to 1.20.10, I believe, or 11. I don't know, there's too many updates, I can't keep track of them. But yeah, ever since I updated the game, everything's been a bit laggy for me, like frame wise. Not sure why, but to be fair, I also added lots of new mods. But yeah, hopefully it's not too noticeable. I'll try and fix it up for the next video. But anyways, this is gonna be a good enough space for us to build the house. I try not to make the houses too big, so roughly each house is gonna be like 9 blocks long, and then another house is gonna start right next to it, and then that's just gonna keep on going for a bit. And I want to make sure that there's enough room for a walkway, and you know, everything doesn't feel cramped. That's like the main thing that I want to do, is like space things out, you know, that way everything looks more cohesive, instead of like, you know, this build is like competing against this build for like a spotlight basically in the whole area. And yeah, the whole point is to make the whole area feel a bit more cohesive with this build style that I have made in the past few videos. But these houses will all have a purpose in them. And again, in order for us to be able to, you know, sustain the world and have more meaning in the world, we have to give every build a purpose and a story behind the build. So once we built these out, I'll explain more about the story behind each of these houses that I'm going to be making. A lot of you guys wanted me to explain my builds better and to explain my thought process and the build choices. So in this video, I'm going to try and do that so you guys are able to learn how I build. So these are all the blocks that we're going to be using for each of the builds that we're going to be doing today. It's some more earthy and I guess subtle colors. Because if you look at older Japanese houses, which is the aesthetic I'm going to go for the whole town basically, they all have this earthy and more muted colors, right? Because I guess it wasn't so accessible to have like different colors back then. So a lot of the builds are going to be using these colors right here, and these two blocks right here is going to be the roofing tiles. And one way for me to keep all of the builds consistent is to have a consistent roofing color. So we have this black roofing right here, and then we have it also in this farm right here, and also in this iron farm that I have right here. So that is one easy way for me to try and keep everything consistent in my town. So, and in between these blocks that I use, there will be a tertiary color that is unique to each and every build that I do. So one building is gonna have like red undertones, and then maybe another one like a yellow undertone, and then one more that's like white undertone. So I'm just trying to mix the block palettes a bit. That way it's not too boring and, you know, repetitive. It might look good to have like a uniform town in like real life, you know, it might look cohesive, but in Minecraft I feel like I try to make it a bit more different. At least that's just how I try to approach things. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it, but yeah, that's the thought process that I have with these colors. So let's just start building. This is a cauldron that we just built. It's gonna be destroyed and renewed because I think this area deserved.
The trial chambers fill an important gap in the Minecraft timeline. That's right, these secret underground rooms are more than just a new challenge for veteran players. They are a window into the lives of the civilization who came before. The mobs and weapons left behind reveal they weren't just hiding underground from a monster. They were preparing to fight back, and they were doing so with the help of an unusual ally. Hello Internet, welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always up for a challenge. And Mojang definitely heard that call because they've just released a new update and it is called the Tricky Trials. This update is designed to seriously test your mettle, introducing a new structure called the Trial Chambers, filled with spawners that continue to spout enemies until the trial ends. It's a nice new challenge for long-time players, especially since the last major challenge was the Warden, and now that's basically just become a plaything rather than a threat.
I got a picture. You're not scary, are you?
But of course, that's not the only thing this update offers. These chambers are filled to the brim with the stuff that we theorists love. We've got brand new mobs like the Bogged and the Breeze. We've got new enchantments, sherds, and armor trims. We've even got new offensive weapons like the Wind Charge and the Mace, which make a devastating combo if mastered. But the main reason this place stood out to me was because you can only find the trial chambers underground, between levels Y-20 and Y-40. And with that, we have our second key word. You know, when we hear the words underground and structure, that can only mean one thing: ancient builders. The original race of builders who summoned the Wither and fled underground to escape its wrath. One update at a time, we have been slowly getting more clarity on who these guys were and what their story is. But we've never really known much about what life was like for them after they fled underground, until this update. Because it turns out, redstone contraptions and mysterious portals weren't their only solution to the current problem, nor were the ancient builders the only ones who decided to take matters into their own hands. There was another group who formed an alliance with the ancient builders, and the proof for all of this was right under our noses the whole time. So grab your trial keys, theorists, because we are going to unlock the secrets hidden in the Tricky Outside of the fact that the trial chambers are underground, just like the ancient cities and the strongholds, there were a few other details that tipped me off to the ancient builders' involvement in these chambers. First of all is the obvious sense of craftsmanship. It's built out of tuff and copper blocks, and while those raw materials are common at this depth, these variations are not naturally occurring in the overworld. Someone had to chisel these blocks to look like that. Villagers and illagers aren't capable of that, as we see their villages and woodland mansions only use simple blocks. The only place we see these types of chiseled blocks in the overworld are in places like the desert temples and jungle pyramids, which were also built by the ancient builders. There's also the use of redstone. The trial chambers are full of redstone contraptions like dispensers and copper bulbs. In the ancient cities, we saw the ancient builders experimenting with different redstone circuits, and they'd even set up redstone traps in the jungle pyramids. So redstone contraptions are in their repertoire. Finally, there's those all-important pottery sherds. I thought these things were so uninteresting when they were first announced, but man, have they turned out to be crucial to the lore of this game. Previously, we've said how the pottery sherds were the ancient builders depicting parts of their own history, and they have been a big help in understanding different elements of this society, like the fact they were multiple tribes rather than one cohesive group. And now, the sherds are here again in the trial chambers, meaning the ancient builders had to be here at some point. But some point is a little vague, and we can do better than that. In fact, we can find out exactly when these trial chambers existed in the timeline, and it's all thanks to one thing: the loot chests. In the past, we found chests in various structures built by the ancient builders, and the specific loot you get helps to show the development of their civilization. In the nether fortresses, you can find things like golden armor, golden weapons, and diamonds. But in the end cities, they've evolved into turning diamonds into armor and weapons, even learning how to enchant them. Over time, the ancient builders grew and developed their technology, so depending on the kind of loot we get from these trial chambers, we should be able to figure out where in the timeline it fits. The key items that stood out to me were the diamond chest chest plate and the enchanted books. Why? Because it falls right in the middle of the 2 points I've mentioned, the Nether fortresses and the end cities. In the end, we basically have every kind of diamond armor or weapon, but here we only have one piece of armor, the chest plate. They hadn't developed the full suit of diamond armor while using these chambers, and that means these chambers were in existence before the ancient builders fled to the end, which makes a lot of sense. It'd be weird if they came after because they're meant to be stuck in the end. Regardless, it also shows us that it comes after they first went to the Nether, as diamond armor hadn't been created at that point. They were still using golden armor. Plus, none of the armor in the Nether is enchanted, so the presence of an enchanted book in the trial chamber means they've begun all-important pottery sherds. I thought these things were so uninteresting when they were first announced, but man, have they turned out to be crucial to the lore of this game. Previously, we've said how the pottery sherds were the ancient builders depicting parts of their own history, and they have been a big help in understanding different elements of this society, like the fact they were multiple tribes rather than one cohesive group. And now, the sherds are here again in the trial chambers, meaning the ancient builders had to be here at some point. But some point is a little vague, and we can do better than that. In fact, we can find out exactly when these trial chambers existed in the timeline, and it's all thanks to one thing: the loot chests. In the past, we found chests in various structures built by the ancient builders, and the specific loot you get helps to show the development of their civilization. In the Nether fortresses, you can find things like golden armor, golden weapons, and diamonds. But in the end cities, they've evolved into turning diamonds into armor and weapons, even learning how to enchant them. Over time, the ancient builders grew and developed their technology, so depending on the kind of loot we get from these trial chambers, we should be able to figure out where in the timeline it fits. The key items that stood out to me were the diamond chest plate and the enchanted books. Why? Because it falls right in the middle of the 2 points I've mentioned, the Nether fortresses and the end cities. In the end, we basically have every kind of diamond armor or weapon, but here we only have one piece of armor, the chest plate. They hadn't developed the full suit of diamond armor while using these chambers, and that means these chambers were in existence before the ancient builders fled to the end, which makes a lot of sense. It'd be weird if they came after because they're meant to be stuck in the end. Regardless, it also shows us that it comes after they first went to the Nether, as diamond armor hadn't been created at that point. They were still using golden armor. Plus, none of the armor in the Nether is enchanted, so the presence of an enchanted book in the trial chambers means they've begun experimenting with enchanting their tools. That enchanted book also ties it to another specific underground structure, the ancient cities, whose loot chests once again offer enchanted books and a single diamond armor piece. These two places offer similar loot, showing the same level of societal development, meaning the ancient cities and the trial chambers existed around the same time. So we know when the trial chambers existed. The question now is, why do they exist? What did the ancient builders need them for? And this is where we get to talk about the new big bad mob of these chambers, the Breeze. Though calling them the new big bad might be a stretch. They're more of a nuisance than anything. They don't actually do much damage, only half a heart if they hit you directly. Instead, they use their wind charge projectiles to throw you around the room, causing you to slide into full damage rather than actual damage. It's quite annoying, but it does make for an interesting challenge. And that got me thinking. At this point in the story, the ancient builders had been forced underground by the monster they'd created, the Wither. Their scientists were trying to figure out a way to escape using redstone, souls, and portals. But what would they do if the Wither attacked before then? They would need some form of defense to fend off the threat in order to buy them more time and evacuate the city. Now, the Breeze isn't gonna help with that. They're hostile to the player, and as I've said, it can barely do any damage to the player, let alone the Wither. But that's not what I think the Breeze was for. Do you remember when the Ancient Cities released? We got that special lore music disc, disc 5? Well, on it, we hear this. Sound of an army marching into battle. That was the defense the ancient builders had in mind. However, you don't just gain an army overnight. You have to train people. And to do that, you would need to put them through a bunch of exercises, or trials. This is where the Breeze comes in. It wasn't there to fight off the Wither. It was brought in to train potential soldiers to fight the Wither. Just like the Wither, the Breeze shoots projectiles at them, sending them flying. You can't shoot the Breeze with arrows either, just like how the Wither's second phase is immune to all projectiles. trials. The breeze was the perfect practice dummy for their fight against the Wither, and they could practice all of this without actually taking too much physical damage or dying. This is why they built the trial chambers. Potential soldiers could go in again and again, learning and improving each time in order that they could protect their underground cities from the Wither. And it was all thanks to the breeze having a very similar fighting style with none of the destruction. Though this wasn't just luck on their part. It would be too much of a coincidence for them to just find a mob that happens to do little to no damage and happens to have similar abilities to their number one enemy. No, the breeze wasn't just found like this. It was designed to be.
Okay.
You go. Sorry, you.
Ooh.
Oh, that amount.
Be this way by the ancient builders. See, the breeze doesn't actually spawn naturally in Minecraft. It only comes from the spawners found in the trial chambers. And in Minecraft Legends, we play as the ancient builders who are shown to be able to make spawners. The Minecraft builders understood how spawners worked and how to use them to create life. They could just make a mob to help them in this situation, except everything they made in the game wasn't new. They were golems or mobs that had existed prior thanks to the godlike beings who looked over the land. Sure, the ancient builders can make spawners, but that doesn't mean they could just make a new mob using them, right? Wrong, because we have an example of them doing exactly that, and it's with a mob that bears a striking resemblance to the breeze. While the breeze appears to have a complex design, when you break it down, it's actually quite simple. It's an elemental mob made of rods with a cube head, and it can shoot projectiles. That is identical to what we see from a mob we find in the Nether, the Blaze. An elemental mob made of rods with a cube head, and it can shoot projectiles. We've actually had requests to do an episode on these guys, but we never really saw the point because their lore is basically spelled out for us in the Minecraft mob bestiary. But for this video, it does give us some interesting insight. Quote, the Blaze does not spontaneously exist in the Nether. Rather, it is conjured into existence by a spawner. Just like the breeze, Blaze also don't spawn naturally. They can only be summoned by a spawner, and those spawners only exist inside Nether fortresses. Structures we believe to have also been created by the ancient builders long ago. The ancient builders are well versed in creating these new mobs for whatever they need at that point in time. In the Nether, it was likely a way to farm blaze rods for the potions we see them experimenting with on the pottery sherds. Now, they're just doing the same thing again, creating a new elemental mob that is designed to test their toughest soldiers and prepare them for battle. There's just one block-sized hole in my perfect theory build. While this proves the ancient builders' ability to not only create spawners, but new mobs from those spawners, you can't just make something out of nothing. To make spawners in Minecraft Legends, you need two things. Lapis lazuli, the magical stones that house the souls of the fallen and are the essence of life itself in this world, and the material the specific creature you're conjuring is made from. Wood for plank golems, stone for cobblestone golems, you get the picture. Now, I suspect the blaze would be easy to make in this way, as we can see from Legends that the piglins have access to blaze rods. They are a resource that exists in the Nether even before the blaze come into existence. So just mix some lapis and some blaze rods and boom, you've got yourself a blaze spawner. The trouble is, you need to do something similar in order to create the breeze. There is a new item called the breeze rod, but it is only obtainable by defeating the breeze, which only exists in the spawners that need the breeze rods to be made. But without breeze, how do you get the breeze rods to make the breeze so that you can get the breeze rods to make the breeze so that you can get the breeze rods? This was quickly becoming my chicken or egg debate, and despite enjoying the odd philosophical discussion, this was starting to hurt my brain. So I decided to put it down and take another look at some of the areas I'd already explored to see whether anything could give me some clarity. And when I did, I noticed something odd. I was taking a look back through the loot chests, and while I'd earlier made note of the armor and enchanted books, I'd not paid attention to the weapons you're given. Despite this being a chamber meant for battle, the only weapons you get are axes, bows, and crossbows. Not only is a crossbow going to be pretty useless against the breeze, but we've never had crossbows appear as loot in the chests left by the ancient builders before. This game is pretty consistent with the type of loot you get. Usually the ancient builder chests include pickaxes, shovels, swords, all things they used for mining, building, and fighting. But not once do these chests contain crossbows. So why would these weapons suddenly be in the ancient builder item chests? Simple, because the ancient builders weren't the only ones making the trial chambers. They had help. If you're wanting to kick your trial up a notch, you can turn the next trial into an ominous trial, which spawn harder mobs with more armor and offer better rewards, like higher level enchantments or diamond blocks. But what's interesting is the way that these harder trials are triggered. It happens by drinking an ominous bottle, which is a new item you receive by beating the trial chambers. But it can also be dropped when you kill an illager captain. Before this update, killing an illager captain would immediately curse you, but now, instead of cursing you, the illager will just drop an ominous bottle that will allow you to become cursed once you've consumed it. With this curse, you can trigger raids, or you can trigger an ominous trial. If the illagers carry these potions, which give you the same curse that historically was given to you naturally by them, then it would stand to reason that these potions have been made by the illagers, meaning the ancient builders were using illager magic in the trial chambers. And no, this wasn't just the ancient builders killing the illagers and stealing their stuff. Not only do the illagers continue to idolize them after they're gone, which I'm not sure they do if the builders had killed a bunch of them, but if you take a look at the ancient cities, you'll find
the top life. Okay. Okay. Alright, so next step is to basically bust on all these blocks and then put in some more stone.
One structure that isn't like the others. One that is made up of dark oak instead of deep slate. One that looks suspiciously like a pillager outpost. The illagers didn't just help them build the chambers. They literally lived alongside them, working and learning together, trying desperately to figure out how to solve the problem of the wither. We've known for a while that the illagers have been following and worshipping the works of the ancient builders. They learned how to fight from them in Minecraft Legends, and since then they would try and do as they did, recreating their maps, beds, and end portals from wool. But throughout all of this, we've always pictured them as watching from a distance, hearing the stories, but never really being involved. Until now. The wither was a threat to all of them after all. No one in the overworld was safe. And so, just like with the original piglin invasion, the illagers wanted to help. They were able to use their magic to create these ominous bottles, and because they understood this magic, were able to help the ancient builders utilize its strange effects to increase the difficulty of the trial chambers. That's why you receive crossbows and axes as rewards from these trials. Those are the illagers' iconic weapons. In fact, crossbows can only be found in overworld loot chests at pillager outposts. They are helping to reward and equip any ancient builder that completes the trials, mixing in their prized possessions and strongest weapons in with the ancient builders. Sure, they might not have fully grasped all the technology that was going on. They were
What's up, game changer?
but they didn't need to. They were there to provide magical support and to provide the necessary items to create the trial chamber's primary mob. That's right, the illagers are also the final piece to our breeze puzzle. In 2020, there was a DLC for Minecraft Dungeons called the Howling Peaks. In it, you must head to the top of a large mountain, and one of the places you encounter is called Gale's Sanctum, which, if you look, is very reminiscent of the trial chambers. Oxidized copper floors, symbols that match those of the chiseled tough blocks, and puzzles all focused around the element of wind. Sounds familiar, right? But the real kicker is that when you travel through the mountain, you encounter a new kind of enemy, an illager called a wind cooler. These guys have one very specific power. They can create bursts of wind that push you away, just like what the breeze does with its wind charges. Wind charges that require a specific item to create. Breeze rods. This is where the ancient builders got their first breeze rods to create the breeze spawn. They got them from the illagers who had control over the wind, and got them to assist in the creation of not only this new mob, but the entire trial chambers, building it out of the same blocks and using the same types of traps in order to create something that would put all ancient soldiers through their paces. And to celebrate this collaboration, the ancient builders created one more pottery sherd inside these trial chambers. You might look at the scrape pottery sherd and think it's the new weapon, the mace. I mean, the other two were of the breeze, so it makes sense for it to be the new thing, right? Except look again, it doesn't have the right shape. No, this is the image of an axe, a symbol of the vindicator, of illagers, the people that helped the ancient builders to take down their greatest foe. And so there you have it, the lore behind Minecraft's trial chambers, built as a training ground for the ancient builders to build an army to take on the wither. And it was only possible thanks to their old friends, the illagers. They would train in
Netherite, the uber-strong material that makes diamond look like cobblestone. A material so powerful that it's hiding in the depths of the scariest part of Minecraft's world, the Nether. It's so rare that it feels like you can only find it in your dreams. Well, it's not like any of us are going to be doing much sleep tonight, but why is it so hard to find? What is netherite, and where does it come from? Trust me, this is no simple origin tale, friends. It takes us from the depths of the nether to the reaches of outer space, and ultimately to the secret origins of Minecraft's long-lost lore.
What?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's doing the hard work of piecing together Minecraft's lore because clearly Mojang ain't gonna do it for us.
We really want people to try to figure these things out by themselves, keeping the sense of mystery.
Well, if the Minecraft lore is supposed to be a mystery, then consider me your persistent detective. So far, we've covered a lot of Minecraft lore on the channel, covering the history of this ancient builder race that constructed the monuments that we see throughout the world, something that kinda got confirmed by Mojang recently.
So, the lowdown is, these cities, they come from an ancient civilization, but... Are you still recording?
We've also talked in the past about the Nether, and why those soul sand valleys are even creepier than they seem. However, across all this discussion of Nether and the wider Minecraft lore, we haven't talked about one of the most important materials that you find down there, netherite. Although netherite is one of Minecraft's newest materials, only coming out in June of 2020, wait, it's only been a year since it was introduced? Wow!
We're definitely in slime chunks. I gotta figure out some way to take care of these slimes. Everybody knows also, if you guys do subscribe and you do like, I am throwing your names on the wall. It's really easy to get on it. I want some way to track all the people that come in and support it. This is what this entire room is for. Basically, I'm gonna just set up signs all the way around, and probably also use maybe some of this space as a secondary storage area. But the walls will showcase all of my.
So what in real life is harder than a diamond? Well, nothing. There isn't really anything on Earth that compares. The scale that real world
last 10 people that did subscribe already, I'm gonna go ahead and put your name up there. And then if you are returning, just comment and let me know.
And is also the only one of that category. You guessed it, diamonds. I know that in a previous theory, I actually went on my way to prove that diamonds weren't actually the best material for building things like armor, because although they're lore, because clearly Mojang ain't gonna do it for us.
We really want people to try to figure these things out by themselves, keeping the sense of mystery.
Well, if the Minecraft lore is supposed to be a mystery, then consider me your persistent detective. So far, we've covered a lot of Minecraft lore on the channel, covering the histoy of this ancient builder race that
best game changer.
throughout the world.
We'll go ahead and throw your name up there. You will be
So,
the
the lowdown
person up
is,
there.
these cities, they come from an ancient civilization, but... Are you still recording?
We've also talked in the past about the Nether, and why those soul sand valleys are even creepier than they seem. However, across all this discussion of Nether and the wider Minecraft lore, we haven't talked about one of the most important materials that you find down there, netherite. Although netherite is one of Minecraft's newest materials, only coming out in June of 2020, wait, it's only been a year since it was introduced? Wow! Seems like it's been forever. Time is just an illusion, man. Anyway, despite it being so new, from a lore standpoint, netherite is one of the Minecraft world's oldest mysteries. Since that update, buried deep within the Nether, you can chance upon ancient debris, emphasis on the word ancient, which you can then smelt to form netherite scraps. For those, combined with 4 golden ingots, gets you a netherite ingot, which you can then use to upgrade your diamond armor into even more powerful gear. All of this then raises the obvious question, what is netherite? Clearly it's supposed to be a fictional substance, but when has that stopped us before? So what in real life is harder than a diamond? Well, nothing. There isn't really anything on Earth that compares. The scale that real-world scientists use to measure hardness, the Mohs hardness scale, was calibrated to be a 1 to 10 measurement, with 10 being the hardest. And who set that level to 10 and is also the only one in that category? You guessed it, diamonds. I know that in a previous theory, I actually went on my way to prove that diamonds weren't actually the best material for building things like armor, because although they're scientifically hard, they're not necessarily tough, which is just opening up a whole other can of worms that we've already addressed. Anyway, since Mojang keeps ignoring my letters to make diamonds more realistic, diamonds are officially the strongest material for us today. So if nothing in the world is harder than diamond, what then is netherite that makes it harder than diamond? Well, what about something that isn't from this world? In the middle of the Arizona desert, there's a massive meteor crater that's over 1.1 kilometers or 0.7 miles in diameter, and it goes down to a depth of 170 meters or 560 feet. I actually got a chance chance to visit it myself when Stephanie and I moved across the country last year, and trust me, the numbers do not demonstrate how big this thing is. It is massive. As far as scientists can tell, this crater was formed about 50,000 years ago when an asteroid fell from orbit and struck the Earth. And boy, did it leave a mark. Not only that, but upon striking the Earth, the meteorite actually shattered into tons of little pieces. But little might be a bit of a stretch. Here's me and Ollie standing next to the largest fragment ever found. As you can see, it's not so little. Regardless, these fragments went flying, and so scientists have spent decades hunting them down and excavating these meteorite fragments. In 1967, though, they discovered something that was truly out of this world: lonsdaleite, a substance that is in fact harder than diamond. Despite its outer space origins, lonsdaleite is actually extremely similar to diamond from a chemical perspective. A diamond is just a lump of carbon that's been subjected to a lot of heat and pressure, such that the atoms bond together to form a crystalline cubic lattice structure. Lonsdaleite also starts off as a lump of carbon, but is subjected to even more intense heat and pressure, causing its atoms to bond together differently. Instead of forming a cubic lattice, it forms a hexagonal lattice, which apparently is even stronger than the cubic lattice of diamond. Theoretically, a piece of lonsdaleite with a perfect hexagonal lattice would be up to 58% harder than diamond. The big asterisk here, though, is that the lonsdaleite fragments that we've recovered so far have just a lot of impurities, and as a result only measure around 7 to 8 on the Mohs hardness scale. But in its pure form, lonsdaleite is basically diamond plus. They're both essentially the same material, carbon, just subjected to different levels of heat and pressure. And the fact that it's so similar to an actual diamond makes it a fascinating parallel to netherite. Because remember, netherite gear isn't just something that you can create from scratch. Instead of putting together a couple of ingots on top of a stick, you need to start from the base of a diamond sword, and then add a netherite ingot. Netherite gear is just an upgraded form of diamond gear. Not only that, but the lonsdaleite recovered from that 50,000-year-old meteor is all in the form of scattered fragments, which I suppose one could describe as ancient debris, just like it is in Minecraft. So what? Am I saying that netherite is the remains of ancient meteorites that fell from space? Well, as much as I'm tempted to make this episode about Minecraft's ancient aliens, the Nether is a closed ecosystem with a ceiling, which means it's completely cut off from outer space, so that seems pretty unlikely. Plus, the truth about lonsdaleite is even though we found it in meteorites, it's not strictly an alien substance. Remember, it started off as regular carbon. Scientists in fact believe that while it was floating in space, the carbon was just simple graphite, no different from the graphite that you can find in your pencil. Well, okay, not exactly the same. The tip of your pencil is only 65% graphite, 30% clay, and 5% wax and other resins, but still basically the same idea. Anyway, thanks to the meteorite's size, it was big enough to survive the heat and pressure of entering our atmosphere, and in turn created the conditions necessary to create lonsdaleite. Now, if only there were somewhere in Minecraft that was super hot and pressurized. Oh wait, there is a reason it's called netherite, after all. Places like the Overworld and the End simply don't have the environmental conditions necessary to create this stuff. Not only that, but netherite, in item form, literally floats on lava. Seems like a pretty useful property for any civilization making its home down in the Nether. So was netherite made by this ancient race of builders that I keep harping on about? I doubt it. We believe the ancient builders to have come to the Nether centuries ago. They built the Nether fortresses that we find, storing their loot in their chests. They farmed netherwort to feed their pigs, and they did weird experiments to revive the souls of their fallen comrades. But through it all, netherite and ancient debris are nowhere to be found. You never just see it lying around a fortress or used to fortify any defenses. It's not found in any chest. It could be that Mojang just never updated the Nether fortresses, but they never have been afraid to change old elements to include new ones. For example, drowned now don't drop gold but copper, which feels like a pretty major change. So it must be a purposeful decision to not include those elements in the Nether fortress, meaning that the ancient builders aren't the ones that we're looking for. However, in a surprising twist, Mojang did actually hint at some of the lore implications when the Nether update happened back in 2020. Take a look at this, quote, "Piglins mined it all out. Now the only way to obtain it is by salvaging netherite scrap from ancient debris. The piglin can mine blocks. This is not a mechanic that we ever see in the game. Piglins can hunt, they can barter, they can even dance, but we never see them mine, which means this isn't a game mechanic, but lore. Sweet juicy lore. If they're capable of mining, as well as the other things that we just mentioned, what else could they do? How about starting a civilization? Think about it. There isn't just one type of piglin. Much like villagers and illagers, there are a couple of variations of piglins, namely the piglin brute. They hunt in teams, they celebrate together in victory, plus they're able to barter with us for resources. If this isn't a society, well then, I don't know what you're defining a society as. But it doesn't stop there. Piglins are found all over the Nether, but there's one very particular place where they're found congregating. Bastion remnants, which, if the name doesn't give it away, aren't entirely in one piece. They're remnants of their former selves. Clearly, in the lore of the game, piglins have been able to form societies, build civilizations, and defend against intruders. Who then were the intruders? Given the fact that piglins are immediately hostile to you, the player, I would suspect that they're at war against the ancient builders, our ancestors. This would, first of all, explain the ruined state of the bastions, but would also explain what all the natural netherite was mined for in the first place. If they're under attack, netherite would provide them the perfect defense. The ancient builders were using diamond gear, so why not counter with a fortress made of netherite parts? It's fire resistant, it's perfect for being built into the landscape of the Nether, and it's super strong. However, like most natural resources, it will eventually begin to run out. Their defenses weaken, and although netherite is stronger than diamond, it's not indestructible. So with no netherite left to replace the broken parts, the bastions fall and are left in ruin. The piglins seem to have won the war. I mean, look who's still kicking around the Nether in the present day. But they lost the most valuable resource that they had in the process. As centuries passed, those bastions that fell became buried underground, much like the ancient cities that exist in our world. But with netherite's fire resistance, any broken scraps that were left in the bastions would survive the lava flows and ground shifts, so it would never really decompose, leaving us with the ancient debris buried deep underground that we know today. Something else I always thought was weird about the bastions, that you can find netherite and ancient debris in chests, but not netherite tools or armor. With this in mind, it does kind of make sense. There are no diamonds in the Nether, so they had no means to make netherite gear, but they had plenty of gold, so they could make ingots and blocks in order to fortify their bastions. It would also explain the piglins' affinity for gold. What do we use to create a netherite ingot? 4 scraps and 4 gold ingots. Knowing that they have a limited amount of pure netherite, the piglins have resorted to making a netherite alloy of sorts, using one of the other natural resources that they have down in the Nether, gold, which is why they're willing to give you all matter of items for even a single nugget. They're trying to collect whatever scraps they can to rebuild their civilization after the ancient builders destroyed it. And their hatred still stands today. Why else would they be immediately hostile to you? You're an invasive species, one whose kind has already been down here before and brought ruin to their thriving society. Piglins get especially mad when you try and take a look in the bastion chests. Now you're trying to steal the limited resources that they have left to rebuild what they once were. They've even trained piglin brutes to not be blinded by gold, to just remove that intruder at all costs. In the end, much like we find ourselves trying to piece together clues that we find throughout Minecraft to construct a history of this world, the piglins themselves might be in the same position, piecing together remnants of their past in order to reconstruct their history. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And done. Oh man, it took a lot of time, but my Minecraft dream house is finally finished. Come on, let me take you on a tour. Here is my giant game theory stained glass window. Here is my shrine to Music Man. And here, oh no, 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 no. Oh, what could I have possibly done to protect myself against something like this?
You could have called Geico, our sponsor for today's episode. In just 15 minutes, I was able to get a quote on my home insurance. In fact, I managed to save 15%, so I still have some diamonds to spare.
Thanks, Tom. By the way, what are you doing here?
Oh, just popping in to ask whether you've ever built a car in Minecraft.
Yeah, it's a lime green, like the Game Theory logo. Why?
Oh, well,
No, no, not my car. Get off. Get out of here, you weird bull thing.
Well, on the bright side, Geico makes bundling your home and car insurance easy. In fact, you save more when you bundle.
Man, just when you thought this day couldn't get any worse.
Hey, Matt, you might want to look out.
Sorry, what'd you say, Tom? Hey, does Geico do life insurance too?
Looking at you, I think you're gonna need something a little different.
Yeah, I'm gonna go call Geico.
Yeah, you do that.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that hit bedrock bottom years ago. Today, we continue to cobble together the deep lore of Minecraft, either by unearthing what's been hiding there under the surface the whole time, or, doing what we do best, creating it out of thin air so the developers can say, oh yeah, that's what we planned all along. Now, I'm gonna level with you. Initially, I planned for this episode to be about some of the new stuff introduced as part of the latest Caves and Cliffs update part 2, but now that it's out, I don't know, there's just not a lot here for me to sink my teeth into. Don't get me wrong, the new biomes and landscape changes are really cool, but we all know what gets my theory engine running. Lore! High-octane lore that's injected straight into my thinky brain. And alas, it looks like a lot of that's being saved for the Wild update, including things like ancient underground cities, which totally count, by the way. So rather than look into the future, I decided to instead take a look at the unanswered mysteries from Minecraft's past. Mysteries that have been around for a while, but never truly solved. And of them, there was one that really grabbed my attention, the Phantoms. In case you're not familiar, these creatures are incredibly special within the history of Minecraft. They're only in the game because they won the first ever public vote for a new mob back at Minecon Earth in 2017, beating out the Barnacle, no contest there, and the Great Hunger. Cool name, but lame design. Anyway, because this was such a big deal in the Minecraft community, they had to make the Phantoms stand out from the normal mobs. And boy, they did not disappoint. These horrifying monsters only show up if you don't sleep. In fact, the longer you don't sleep, the more show up. No other mob in the game has this kind of spawning behavior. It's totally unique to the Phantom, which is awesome, but also, why? Why would we have voted for this? These things make the game so much harder, especially in the early game if you can't find any darn sheep to make a bed. But this spawn behavior got me thinking, what actually are these things? We do have some flying creatures in the overworld, bats and birds mainly, but they're tiny in comparison to this thing. And take a look at their design. They're like the stuff of nightmares, a bony, decaying body accompanied by ear-piercing screeches. In fact, the whole nightmare thing might not be all that far off. As I started my research into the Phantoms, I found that there was a general consensus amongst the Minecraft community that the Phantoms aren't real. That might sound like the crazy rantings of a sleep-deprived theorist, but honestly, that's the point. As I've already mentioned, Phantoms only appear when the player hasn't slept for a few days. 3 days to be precise, which is strange considering most other mobs are tied to light levels. So what if the reason they can't spawn like normal mobs is because they are actually hallucinations? That is the predominant theory online. So today, I aim to answer the question once and for all. Are Phantoms just the product of a sleep-deprived mind? Or are they something else? Something grander? Well, friends, I'm here today to tell you that I've cracked it. I know what the Phantoms are, and you're never gonna guess how they fit in. First, let's talk about every YouTuber's favorite hobby, sleep deprivation. As humans, we need sleep. It allows our brains time to recharge and our bodies time to recover from working all day. So when we stay up and deprive ourselves of that much-needed recharge, we start to experience some pretty nasty side effects. Not sleeping for 24 hours can make you irritable, decrease hand-eye coordination, and can lead to memory deficits. 2 days without sleep can start to negatively impact your immune system, but it's 3 days, 72 hours without sleep where the crazy stuff starts to happen. It's here that you actually start to hallucinate, to see things that aren't really there. So this idea that Phantoms only appear after 3 days without sleep actually reflects the real-life science of sleep deprivation. Not only that, but after 3 days of no sleep, your body can start to harm itself, causing inflammation in muscles and joints, which is gonna hurt, matching the pain that you're feeling when the Phantom attacks. Finally, lack of sleep can lead to death. If you're awake for long enough, your brain can stop functioning properly, which can lead to organ failure and, in rare cases, death. Just like what happens when we get swarmed by Phantoms after many nights of no sleep. Also, just worth mentioning that the word Phantom literally means a figment of the imagination, so, some really strong evidence to support the whole they're hallucinating hallucination theory. I can absolutely see why this explanation has existed for so long in the Minecraft community. And yet, because of course you knew I'd have something else to say, there's one tiny problem with the hallucination theory. Phantoms drop items. Physical items called phantom membranes, which are described as leathery skins obtained from killing phantoms. You can pick up this item. Heck, cats can pick up this item. Sounds pretty real to me. Plus, you can use this item to fix your elytra. If this item was imaginary, you'd believe you'd fixed your elytra and then you'd go out for another flight only to fall to your very real death. But that's not what happens here. The elytra do actually get fixed. If you've tamed a wolf, they'll attack the phantoms, just like they do other mobs in the game like zombies or skeletons. If phantoms were just hallucinations, your dog wouldn't be able to take them out. And lastly, you can capture these things. You can name tag them and you can keep them in a makeshift cage. It's a bit of a challenge, but if you do manage to pin one down and then go to sleep, the phantom is still gonna be there when you wake up. They haven't despawned. So again, they just simply aren't hallucinations. So for this mini Morty, I'm gonna have to call the hallucination fan theory busted. Yay! I just debunked a common internet belief. Gonna be real popular after that one. But while I've just shot holes into a theory, I've yet to propose one of my own. So what in my mind is a phantom? Well, let's first look at the phantom's other qualities, namely the fact that it's considered to be an undead mob. The undead mob category is mainly filled with very obviously undead enemies, basically all the variations of zombies and skeletons, zombie villagers, zombie horses, zombie piglins, skeleton horses, things like that. There's also stuff like drowned and husks. All of them are representations of living things that exist elsewhere in the world. Villagers, piglins, horses, hoglins, players, ancient builders, like we've talked about in previous theories. But the phantom is different. Once again, it's unique as the only undead mob to not have a living counterpart. Or does it? Loyal theorists, I propose to you that the phantoms are actually the undead versions of ender dragons. See, I mentioned something earlier that I wasn't able to shake, the phantom membrane. This unique item is incredibly important because it's the only one in the game that can be used to fix your elytra. Before the introduction of the phantom in 1.13, you could repair your elytra using regular old leather, but as soon as phantoms were introduced, phantom membranes became your only viable option, which tells us that there's a very specific connection between these two items. Repairing items in Minecraft works on a like-for-like basis. If you want to repair your diamond armor, you have to use diamonds. Same for your tools. So the fact that phantom membranes can repair elytra would imply that they are in fact one and the same. Now, in one of our previous episodes, we actually discussed the creation of the elytra and determined that they were created from the wings of ender dragons. That's why they can only be found in the end ships and why, unlike practically everything else in the game, we're unable to craft them. After defeating Gene the Ender Dragon, the final living dragon, there simply isn't enough material in the world to create a new set of elytra. So if elytra come from dragons and phantom membrane repair elytra, then phantoms must be dragons. But phantoms look nothing like ender dragons. I hear you saying, yeah, if you compare the two side by sides, there isn't a whole lot connecting the two. However, if you look at the initial design process that went into making the phantoms, you start to find a few more connections. Here's the original design that was shared during the mob vote of 2017. The design originally included a flapping mouth, which was removed because the designers felt it made it look too much like a Muppet, which, yeah, I can definitely see that. The only other mob to have itself a flapping mouth, the Ender Dragon. Now, that might have been a bit of a stretch, but what's not a stretch is that for the longest time, the Phantom was meant to have a black color scheme. Originally, it was just black, but if you take a look at the official toy collection for Update Aquatic, when the Phantoms were first introduced, what do you notice about the Phantom? It had a black design with gray detailing, just like the coloring of the Ender Dragon. And just like that, we suddenly begin to see a lot more similarities, especially with the top edge of the wings and the tail details. Sure, since then the coloring has changed and the toy collection has been brought in line with the coloring in the game, but this shows us that up until quite late in the development, the design was made to reflect the Ender Dragon. Even elements of the Phantom's game design are reflective of the Ender Dragon, specifically the way it attacks. It flies around in circles and then swoops down to attack, much like one of the techniques employed by the Ender Dragon during your fight. Sure, this might sound like a weak connection, but I'm not the one making it. This element of the Phantom's mechanics is specifically called out in the Minecraft Dungeons wiki. Quote, the attack and flying behavior of Phantoms in dungeons is similar to various species of hawks in reality instead of the original game, which use the Ender Dragon's behavior. All of this points to these two creatures being linked, but I get it, there will be skepticism around this. After all, the Phantoms are still missing some key features of Ender Dragons. Arms, legs, long necks, and you know, they're tiny by comparison. My best guess is that they're probably meant to represent like dragon babies. But the truth is, I don't have any more physical evidence to give you that would explain those things. But I think I can offer some hypotheses, some game hypotheses, as to why every everything works the way it does. First, the membranes. You would think that if we collected enough phantom membranes, we'd actually be able to make a new elytra, but we just can't. Well, I'm assuming that's because the phantom's skin is decaying and damaged. It's undead, so it's weaker. It's good enough to patch a wing, but it wouldn't be strong enough to actually make a full set like the ancient builders did from fully formed dragons. How then do you explain the whole 3 days thing? Well, we actually get the answer from Jeb himself. Quote, "This manta ray-like monster is a flying creature that spawns at high altitudes. It's attracted to insomnia and will find players who haven't slept for many days. It's attracted to insomnia. It's not created by insomnia, which implies that it does already exist in the world. So what then is going on here? Well, not sleeping for long stretches of time can increase your heart rate and body temperature. Plenty of creatures in the animal kingdom rely on those things to sense prey. Barn owls can hear a mouse's heartbeat from over 50 feet away. But specifically, I want to call out pit vipers and boids, two snake varieties that use a natural form of infrared thermal vision to hunt. They have these cavities located on each side of their head called pit organs, which allow them to detect the heat difference between their prey and the environment, down to the level of millikelvin. So if you weren't sleeping and your temperature began to rise as a result, suddenly the nocturnal phantom is able to distinguish you from everything else and can swoop in for the kill. As far as how phantoms fit into the overall narrative of this world that we've slowly been crafting theory by theory, I think it all comes back to the Illagers. For those of you who don't know, the Illagers are a group of exiled villagers that live in the woodland mansions. Now, after looking at the behavior of these mobs, I proposed a couple theories back in 2020 that suggested these guys were doing experiments to bring the dead back to life. In one of those theories, I described the Illagers as a cargo cult, a society that was once visited by a strange, highly advanced group of people, in this case, the ancient builders. And when those ancient builders disappeared, they didn't understand why, nor did they understand the technology and tools that they left behind. These visiting strangers become like gods to the indigenous people, and so the cults will often recreate items and structures they saw used by the visiting groups, but with less sophisticated technology. This is why Illagers have beds, maps, and end portals inside of their woodland mansions that are made of wool. They understand the visuals of these items, but not the purpose of them, or how to actually craft them. And it's the end portal which is actually the focus for us today. See, back in that other theory, I said that in order for the Illagers to create a fake version of an end portal, they would have had to have seen an end portal. And they knew it was significant because this is where the ancient race of builders appeared from. If this is true and the ancient builders were using some form of an end portal, then chances are the Illagers would have heard stories of the Ender Dragons, these monsters that the ancient builders were actively hunting to the point of extinction. They'd also be aware of the elytra that the builders crafted out of the dragon wings. So when the ancient builders suddenly disappeared, the Illagers began to recreate things that they'd seen and heard about in order to try and get them to come back. They tried to create woolen portals to go looking for them, but to no avail, so they had to turn to more extreme measures. They'd already been experimenting on villagers and had been trying to recreate the ancient builders themselves, only to produce zombies. So why not try to recreate the one thing that they knew the ancient builders had been actively hunting, the Ender Dragon, hoping that doing so would bring the ancient builders back to protect them. But there was a problem. They had never seen an Ender Dragon. All they had were stories that they'd been told, maybe some scraps of dragon and elytra that the ancient builders had left behind. But that didn't stop them. They sought to make something out of that scaly, leathery material. And with the elytra being small in size, they could very well have believed that maybe the Ender Dragon wasn't really that big. They created something that to them looked like the creatures of legend, but they needed one more thing, something to bring it all to life. So using the evoker's powers over the spirit realm, the ones they used to summon the Vex, they managed to pull the vengeful spirits of the fallen Ender Dragons and put them into these new bodies. This is why phantom membranes can't make elytra. The skins of the phantoms are an imperfect copy of the original, now rotting with decay thanks to the inorganic nature of their birth. Phantom is another word for ghost after all. The spirit of the dragons, now a shadow of their former selves, roaming the night sky hunting down the descendants of the ancient race that wiped out their species, screaming at us with the same dying scream that we hear when we kill the last ever Ender Dragon. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And thank you again to Geico for sponsoring today's episode. Here's the thing, adulting is hard. Having to choose insurance, pay insurance, and when the worst happens and you have an accident, having to file an insurance claim, it can be stressful. It is scary. It can be a lot of work. But I am, prior to being sponsored by them, a loyal Geico member. And I have been for the past decade because they make all of that easy and affordable. You can basically do everything from their award-winning mobile app. And while you might be like, like, well, who's ever gonna use an app for your insurance? I do. Whenever I need to show my insurance card at places like the DMV, who has that in paper? Boom, it's right there on the app. The one time I had to file a claim, boom, all I had to do was follow the clear instructions that existed on the app. The process was easy. When I bought a new car and needed to insure it, boom, app again, where I was able to bundle the two policies together and save money. And it's not just the app. Every time I've talked to a Geico representative, they're friendly, they're prompt, and most importantly, they're helpful. I'm not saying that because I'm sponsored by them. I mean, I am saying it here on this video because I'm sponsored by them, but I said yes to this sponsorship in the first place because I'm a loyal customer who has had nothing but positive experiences with Geico for the past decade, and I would highly recommend them for your insurance needs. So why not spare a few minutes of your time to stop mining for diamonds and instead see how much actual money you could be saving by heading to the link down in the description below. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you all next week.
Eggman, you're finished. Okay, Chaos Emeralds, blast away! What? That's it? Hey! Shoot, not my day.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the only show on the internet that pays its staff in Minecraft Emeralds. Surprise to all of Team Theorists this month. Look, guys, it's February, ad rates are super low. If it makes it any better, I'll throw in some donuts. It's a currency I can eat. Anyway, with its 10th anniversary last year, Minecraft not only saw a massive renaissance here on YouTube, taking Fortnite to the curb, but it also rolled out some of their biggest content updates in years, giving us everything from target blocks to bees.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees!
But of them all, probably the most interesting was the revamped villager trading system. Before last year's Village and Pillage update, villagers would give randomly generated deals that could range anywhere from
the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere,
all the way up to
Shut up and take my money!
Now, after the 2019 update, that randomness is suddenly gone. Instead, all the trades start at a base price and then fluctuate based on a variety of factors: the villager's experience, your player status, and your personal demand for the deal. But it's that baseline price that has me the most interested. You see, for the first time, it gives us a standard value for the emerald. An emerald in Minecraft's world is the equivalent of 1 stone axe, or 16 bricks, or 22 carrots, or 32 sticks, or simply 1 rabbit stew. And so that's what I wanted to look into today. What is the value of a Minecraft emerald in real-world dollars? Can it actually be quantified? Does the dollar amount even make any semblance of sense? Should Team Theorist over here be bummed about getting paid in emeralds this year? Yes! Just you wait, guys, because by the end of this episode, I think you're all going to be singing a very different tune. At least I hope you'll be singing a different tune, because I don't got a lot else to pay you with. So before I walk up to Kay's Jewelers, drop down my bundle of 32 sticks, and get Stephanie a nice emerald necklace for our anniversary, I should probably know how much I'm going to be spending on her, right? Who knows? Those sticks could be very valuable. So,
What's up, Henry?
under the new trading system, everything has a base starting price, with 1 emerald being tradable for lots of different types of items. It's worth everything from 6 bread loaves to 32 rotten fleshes, 24 sheets of paper to 1 empty map, which, let's face it, is literally just 1 sheet of paper, so the cartographer over there is getting himself one heck of a deal. Price gouging for the win. So the first way to look at this problem is simply by pricing out some of these items and seeing if they all land in relatively the same price range. As I look at the items, I'm just gonna pick out the ones that are pretty darn standard, things that aren't really dependent on on weight or quality, like pounds of chicken or things like that. So a loaf of bread, probably the most blasé standard item out there. Keep your gluten-free, seeded, fancy Whole Foods $800 rye bread loaves out of here. This is a pure Home Pride Buttertop wheat channel. That's gonna run you roughly $3 at your local Target, Vons, or Food Line, my friends. So 6 is gonna rack us up about $18 for that one traded emerald. Carrots are about 30 cents a piece, so 22 is $6.60. A sheet of paper is like 2 cents, so 24 is getting us up to 48 cents for that one emerald. Jeez. We keep going backwards. This is not good. And already you can start to see the problem with this methodology. One emerald is worth anything from 20 bucks to 50 cents. And that's without me even getting into some of the bigger ticket items like axes and shovels. The range of value for that one emerald is just all over the place depending on what you're trading it for. There seems to be nothing consistent about its value. So let's approach the problem another way. Consider this. When you trade 22 carrots for an emerald, the farmer isn't just paying you for the carrots. The carrots are usually right there, literally right next to that villager. I mean, we've all felt like evil capitalists before clearing out a villager's garden only to sell it back to him, but that's exactly what he wants. Or at least that's what I tell myself he wants to make the guilt go away. No, the villager isn't just paying an emerald for the carrots, he's paying you an emerald for the carrots plus the labor costs it took to pull them out of the ground. How much labor are we talking about? Oh boy, that is not really a lot of labor. Or is it? Sure, as the player, we can clear out a field of carrots in seconds using our superpowers, but villagers clearly don't have the same abilities we do. They can't instantly build things, they can't defend themselves against monsters, and they farm way slower than we do. So to get a sense of the true value that 22 carrots would have to a villager, I mix things up a bit. I set up a village with 5 villagers and watched them farm their plots of carrots for a full day. It was boring. Maybe boring isn't the right word to describe this. It was frustrating in the same way that watching someone else struggle through a video game that you're really good at is frustrating. You just gotta sit there while they just leave that one plot of carrots just unpicked for no apparent reason. I mean, villager, just grab it. Just grab the top of the carrot and pull. Just pull a little bit. Seriously, why? Why are you just leaving that one block unharvested? Oh my gosh, it's like messing with my OCD. It is literally the opposite of a try not to get dissatisfied challenge. Over the course of the 5-minute, 45-second working day of the villager, the 5 villagers managed to clear out 54 plots of carrots, which, if harvested without a fortune tool, yielded 124 carrots. That means, on average, each villager was collecting just over 4 carrots a minute. But remember that we're talking about in-game time. A Minecraft day is only 20 minutes long, which means that we need to count each 1 minute as 1.2 hours of our time. So in other words, the villagers are picking 4 carrots every 72 minutes, or 1 carrot every 18 minutes. That is not efficient, my friends. So to collect 22 carrots, it's taking a single villager 6.5 hours. A bit more than one of their full working days. Rounding things out here, that means that a novice farmer is making roughly 1 emerald per day in wages. Since picking carrots isn't particularly skilled labor, and since the carrot trade is happening at the novice level for farmers in the Minecraft world, I'm gonna imagine that these villagers would be expecting the lower end of the pay scale for their equivalent real-life position. So looking up salaries for farm workers in crop fields on the website payscale.com, we see that the average hourly rate for an unskilled worker is about $10.50. Since the Minecraft farmer is working roughly 6 hours per day and getting a single emerald out of it, it means that 1 emerald is gonna be worth 63 bucks. That is shockingly low. Definitely a bit better than the 50 frickin' cents that we calculated earlier, but still, this is an emerald that we're talking about here. These things are called precious gemstones for a reason. Clearly something is not lining up here. The value of these stones is nowhere close to what we would expect them to be, which means that it's time to do our calculations a third way. This time by working in reverse. We know that emeralds are valuable, right? That's why it costs an arm, a leg, and your firstborn child to buy a decent piece of jewelry for your loved one's anniversary gift.
Oh, hey! Oh, sorry to interrupt recording. I just wanted to say thank you. Thanks for the new necklace. I love it.
Oh, I'm glad you liked it. It was either that or a bundle of sticks.
Oh, by the way, have you seen Ollie?
So what if we start with real-life prices and work backwards into the game? Back when I calculated the value of Minecraft's diamond armor, we walked through the 4 C's of gemstone pricing: carrot, cut, clarity and color, where more expensive gemstones are those that are bigger, aren't cloudy or scratched, have themselves a vibrant color, and have a nice cut or design. The same holds true for emeralds just as much as it does for diamonds. These things are huge and have themselves a great vibrant green color, but they definitely aren't transparent, meaning that they're cloudy, and they haven't been cut in any sort of way. They're fresh out of the ground. So technically, we're gonna go conservative and price them on the lower end of the emerald pricing scale. Size seems like it should be our biggest challenge, since who knows how large these things are. However, all we need to do are some simple calculations to know for sure. We know that 9 raw emeralds can craft together to create one large emerald block, and the dimensions of that emerald block are gonna be 1 cubic meter. Since emerald has a density of 2.78 grams per cubic centimeter, our emerald block there is gonna weigh in at 2,780 kilograms, or 6,128 pounds, for 1 block of gemstone. Remember what I said last week about how Link would maybe not beat, but could certainly hold his own against Minecraft Steve in a strength competition? Yeah, forget I said that one. Now, divide that weight of an emerald block by 9, since it took 9 emeralds to make it, to get the weight of 1 single emerald, and we get ourselves 680 pounds. 309 kilograms for 1 basic emerald in Minecraft. That is one heck of a necklace. Since gemstones are measured in carats, and 1 kilogram equals 5,000 carats, a single Minecraft emerald is clocking in at the scale-breaking weight of 1.545 million carats. According to Singhal Gems International, a low-quality emerald larger than 5 carats is going to cost, at absolute minimum, $300 per carat, and as high as $7,500 per carat, which means that our one single emerald, valued at 24 sheets of paper, 1 rabbit stew, or just 32 slices of rotten flesh, would have a real-world value on the low end of $463,500,000, or, if it just so happens to be a highly desirable emerald, $11,587,500,000 at absolute most. So wait, we have ourselves an emerald worth 50 cents, $60, or $11 billion, depending on how we calculate it. The same emerald, all using perfectly valid ways of calculating the value of this thing. So which one is it? Am I just wrong in the way that I'm calculating this? Well, no. You see, it all goes back to something I said earlier in this episode. We know that emeralds are valuable, right? That's why it costs an arm, a leg, and your firstborn child to buy a decent piece of jewelry for your loved one's anniversary gift. The thing is, we don't know that emeralds are valuable. In fact, we have a pretty solid understanding that in Minecraft, they're not. Outside of being used as a trading item, emeralds have very limited use in the gameplay world. You can't build tools or weapons out of them. You can't build armor out of them. You can't eat them. Their one and only other use is to select powers from a beacon. The player has to select one of the available powers and then insert an emerald into the item slot, and even here, the emerald can just be replaced with iron and gold ingots or just a diamond. In the world of Minecraft, it has 0 unique functional properties. The issue that we're facing with this episode is that we're basing the value of an emerald off of how we price things, and we live in a very different society than Minecraft's world. We can mass produce paper. We can harvest carrots by the thousands. We have machines that bake bread around the clock. But in Minecraft, everything is done by hand. It takes a lot of time to make a single bread loaf. And a single rabbit stew, just think about what you're asking. It requires a carrot, a mushroom, a baked potato, and cooked rabbit. As we discussed, the carrot alone is taking 18 minutes to pick, and that's without even factoring in the time and resources it takes to grow it in the first place. Same with the potato. Then you gotta catch and kill and clean and cook the rabbit. Then you gotta forage for mushrooms. That one dish, that one rabbit stew, to us as players living in modern times, and as Steve, who is literally a superhuman in this world, is completely unremarkable. But to a villager in this primitive society, that one steaming bowl of soup is sucking up a huge amount of time and resources for just one meal, which makes it worth its weight in gold. Quite literally. The long and short of it is that currency is only worth the value that we ourselves place on it. The earliest currencies back in 9000 BC were cattle and other livestock, mostly because people knew that those things were valuable. Animals provided labor, food, transportation, and that value could be calculated. Fast forward to 1200 BC, and you see China changing the game by using cowrie shells as currency. You know, those shells that today they make necklaces out of and sell in beach souvenir shops next to shark teeth, sand dollars, and novelty soda koozies. In fact, cowrie shells are one of the longest and most widely used currencies in history. They could have bought you a cow or a tract of land, but today they're on a rung below boogie board and fun noodle. Sure, at this point we all jump around Minecraft's overworld without a care in the world, but if you look at it from the perspective of the villagers, it's a brutal existence, where every night could mean death at the hands of the rampaging mobs. It's a rudimentary society where people aren't just wearing jewelry around for the heck of it. Here, the things that are valuable are food to survive, weaponry and armor to defend yourself, basic shelter to help you live through the night. When you're operating at that level, a shiny green stone with limited function, while certainly special and pretty, isn't particularly valuable. It's only worth the day's labor that it saves you, the 6 bread loaves that it buys. But today, we're beyond all of that. Food is plentiful. We have ourselves shelter to keep us warm. Angry mobs aren't knocking on our door every night, hopefully. So for us, it's about prestige. It's about signs of wealth, the bigger TV, the fancier car. And that is why suddenly a shiny green stone mined out from the earth is much more valuable. It's frivolous, it's rare, it's unnecessary, and thereby worth millions. Kinda makes you wonder what our currency will be in the future, thousands of years from now. Fiber optic bits, plants from pre-global warming days. Or maybe nothing at all. The age of Bitcoin and digital currency, where our wealth is literally numbers in a cloud, are here. Currency is worth whatever society needs it to be worth. And it could be that we're fast approaching a time when society tells us a bunch of zeros and ones are now the better currency than gold or paper or gemstones or cowrie shells or anything else. So how much is a Minecraft emerald worth? I don't know. How much is it worth to you? Watch out, Steph. It looks like it's gonna be a bundle of sticks for our next anniversary. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And hey, if you want to watch me calculate the actual value of Minecraft's diamond armor, which that one does have a solid result in the end, click the box that you see on screen right now. That is a very special episode of the show. It was the first one that my friend Ronnie Edwards ever worked on, our first ever team member, and one that we've sadly lost since then. So if you want to check out that one, be much appreciated. And heck, while you're at it clicking buttons on screen, consider clicking the subscribe button.
Oh no. Hmm. Fish, are you almost home?
I am actually on the way home right now.
Okay, I need you to hurry up and get on Minecraft.
Okay.
I started making our design for the base, so I need you to approve it.
We'll be home in like an hour.
Yeah.
Hour 15, give or take.
Alright, I'm gonna
Buried on page 20 is fucking slammed because you like doing fucking highway construction.
Okay, bet. Is it okay if I send you or if I show you this block palette real quick and then you let me know if you like it and then I'm just gonna start placing stuff?
Yeah, go for it. Fuck it, why not?
You bet. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll send it real fast. Now you want to listen to your Sweet Home Alabama.
Listen to my fucking Red Leather, bro.
Red Leather, yes, that's what this was. Hey, how does it go again? How does it go again?
Which one?
The one that I like.
The one from Raising Hollywood.
How does it go?
Some man without shoes on the corner.
Yes. Yeah.
That hook was hard, bro.
It's so tough, bro. Makes me feel like free.
For real, dude.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm about to send it to you. And I added a bunch of stuff. I forgot to tell you, but I think you're gonna fuck with it regardless.
Saw a woman with a sign, could spare some change. She had tombstones in her eyes. As I caught
Eyes. Yeah.
Said back when I was just 18, had dreams of the silver screen. Left Detroit to be a movie star. And then I had a taste of fame. It wasn't till I met cocaine. Now I sleep on Sunset Boulevard. Learn from my mistakes before it's too late. Damn. Ah, I love him, bro.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Down Bad song too is good, bro. Okay, Joe, this song Down Bad, that one's a fucking banger, dude. I love that song.
Alright, I just sent it to you. Did you get it?
Let me check the phone. I'm about to leave the gas station, so what am I looking at here?
Those are the blocks I'm gonna use.
Okay. Okay. I heard you say it. That's wild.
Oh, it's okay. Sometimes your ears don't work. I know you.
Yeah. I like the block.
I bet. Alright, I'm gonna start putting them down.
I like the combination. I wouldn't use too much of the gold.
No, I'm not. I already.
I would use
more
of the
black.
top left one.
Yep.
I would use some more of the top left one with that little accent in it, and then use the bottom right one for like
Majority.
shit, and then
Yeah.
use the gold for like the accent type shit.
Like tertiary, not primary or secondary, tertiary.
Yes.
And then the glass for filler, and then yellow concrete. I may not use that.
I don't think you can't have too much gold like that or yellow. I mean, they will look the same fucking color once it's fucking shiny.
Facts. This is why I had to run it past you, bro. Plus, you did pay it, so.
My bad, I don't even know, bro. I've just been fucking at my dad's, dude, for the past 5 days.
Yeah, I know. I checked your location. I saw you were moving on the highway, so that's why I called. Yeah.
I'm glad, bro. You know what I just ran into?
Ooh.
Angel Ugly.
Okoli?
Yeah, the black dude.
The Nigerian dude. Yeah, I know that nigga.
Okay, Nigerian dude. Same fucking thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, dude, I just fucking ran into him. For real.
Bet you dap him up.
Like, I was walking out of Quick Trip, and he was walking up, and he was like, Chase? Like, Angel? I'm like, fuck, dude, how the hell have you been? I just fucking caught up for the last 20 fucking minutes.
That's why you were posted up. I thought you were getting drugs for a second.
That's why I was at Quick Trip for so fucking long, for real.
But
I was leaving, because I just got gas. I was leaving and put gas in my car, and fucking Angel walked up. And I was like, what the fuck? Holy shit, I haven't seen you in like 7 fucking years, bro. How is life? And then, that was a wild interaction, dude. Fuck.
yeah, no, but that's good. That's actually that's real good. I'm glad you saw your boy. Y'all used to kick it for real, for real.
No, we was never like my boy. Like, we were friends. We never like hung out on a daily fucking basis like that. But like, we associate with the same people.
Yeah,
we were friends. We never not liked each other. But like, it's just been so fucking long since I've seen that human being. And like, he walked up and as I'm leaving, and he was like, he stopped. He goes, Chase. I look at him and I'm like, Angel? Holy fuck, dude! What the fuck? How are you, bro? I haven't seen you since fucking graduated.
No, bad.
For real? Damn, I haven't seen you graduated. Holy fuck. That was what?
Yeesh. That's crazy.
Damn, 8 fucking years. Holy fuck.
Damn, I've known you for over 10 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, dog, you have, bro. You and I, we have known each other for over 10 fucking years, dude.
That's crazy. That's wild, actually.
That's a long fucking time, too.
Facts, bro.
Like we've seen each other at our worst at our best. You lately see me at my worst again.
Yeah, it happens for life.
It does. I'm just stressed and I'm just stressed the fuck out.
Yeah, dude, I know. But yeah, I'm gonna start working on this. I'm streaming right now. We'll talk more when you get home. I'll call you. Right, I'm watching your location, Chase. Do not go do some stupid shit. I'm gonna call you right when you get home.
I swung by 2 days ago to make sure he had food and checked on my shit. That whole ass back at my dad's house. So like, I'm going back and I'm going straight home.
Okay,
I had to get to my cat.
Alright, yeah. So.
And fucking, I'm gonna let you know ahead of time. I don't know how.
Elijah. How's work?
Ass.
Hold on, I need the breakdown. What happened?
Busy as shit.
Still? Do people not have better shit to do, nigga?
This what happens when it's Black Friday.
It was like this last year?
Nah, well, I don't know about last year. I wasn't here. I wasn't there last year, but the year before, yeah.
Okay, bet. Okay, so you kind of like already knew it was coming.
Oh yeah, I was already accommodated to the shit.
Yeah, I about to say, 'cause you don't sound like how you just described. You actually sound like you chilling.
Oh, it's it's bad, dude. That shit was bad. Everything was going late.
Oh my god.
Parking lot was full.
I'm so glad I did not come over there.
No, that shit was ass though. But
Was Lori there?
I don't know. She's an early bird. I don't see her on Sundays.
Okay, no, that's good.
No, I think she probably was though.
You didn't see her and before she clocked out.
No, yeah, cause she's out by like 12.
Okay, man. You know, Lori like my favorite person from, and I don't even work there. Just the lore behind her.
Yeah. Every time she sees me now, she just be giving me hugs and shit.
That's good. I knew she fucked with a nigga. Actually, nigga, they all fuck with you. You're Elijah. Elijah! I already know. Elijah! Right when you walk in, Elijah! Sounded like a deacon and them kids.
Man.
Are you finna pull up to Braz?
Possibly, but I need to figure out what the fuck is up with my PC before I do that.
What happened?
Shit's not working for some reason.
Like at all?
Like, bro, I turn it on and like nothing is
fried.
No, nothing is like turning the PC turns on but the shit doesn't come up. And like I know it's obvious. I know it can be a display thing because when I unplug it from the my screens come on.
Yeah.
So I mean, like basically saying that no signal or some shit.
So is it? Oh my god! I might know what's going on. Is it? It sounds normal though, right? Like it doesn't sound like witchcraft.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Okay, that's good. And you didn't update it or anything recently, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You power cycle it? On and off? On and off.
I mean, yeah, I be turning it off and shit. I'm pretty sure it was off when I left. Pretty sure.
Damn, you got that Black Friday swine, nigga?
Bro, I don't know what the freak is out. I literally just had like a crazy cough.
Yeah, you have a whooping cough. That's called a whooping cough.
Yeah, bro, it's just violating me.
Or sorry, I never heard anybody say a cop is violating them. That's crazy work, nigga. It's push off.
It's like the shit's bad.
For that nigga to push off your throat, nigga.
I literally, bro.
Jeez. Are you on your way home from work?
I'm on PC and working on it right now.
Nigga, you just put your phone next to the thing. It sounded like wind was passing by.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's legit. Yeah, legit. There's freaking fans.
Okay. I mean, knowing you gonna figure it out. Let's just we ran through everything I could think of. Oh nigga, you missed the end of the movie last night. Thank you for like letting me watch that. It was fire. I was locked in. I watched all the way to the end. Y'all ass over there snoring in the background.
Yeah, I got knocked.
As soon as you left the world, I was like, Elijah, you didn't say anything. I was like, honestly, let me just let him sleep so I can just keep watching this. Like, I did try to wake you up before I went to sleep, but I was like, if that nigga's not hearing me, it's all good. He'll be.
Yeah. I wasn't hearing shit.
Nigga, they were dropping fucking bombs on the movie, and I knew you were knocked.
Yeah, bro. I didn't hear none of that.
Well, that was fire. Yeah, no, we gotta do more movie nights for sure. That shit was fire. Finally, I just finished the design for the subscriber museum. Gotta build it. Yeah, I gotta build a statue for you because you're a founder. You gotta, I need to get a screenshot of you with your skin. With the spinning craft table. I think I can fit it in here.
Once I figure out the hell it up, I'll find
Hop on so I can take pictures of your ass.
Yeah.
That screenshot real quick. Okay, you don't. Okay, you said your monitor did come on, so your monitor didn't like burn out or anything, right?
Nah, that's straight.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Thank the Lord.
See how much a new PC is.
A new PC?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Actually, wait, no.
I was like, okay, yeah, go ahead. Push on.
Should be good. And then I'll wait for the Steam machine.
Yeah, no, I'm about to say. Because the Steam machine is a PC, and then it comes with more. It literally is a pretty good PC. The specs, remember? It'll come like 16 gigs of RAM.
Yeah.
4K SDR, nigga.
The only downside that niggas was talking about is the it's 4K, but it's only 60 frames.
It's 60 frames SD. Yeah, I know, which is low key kind of ass. That is probably the worst part. That's
like,
kind of ass. Now that I think about it, 60 frames, nigga. My PC can push more than that.
Yeah, I didn't think about it at first, but that is pretty bad.
No, it's bad. Like in today, for it not being, if it came out like 3-4 years ago, that's actually fire. But now, looking, it has to be 4K. Like, bro, what other device is out that is running 60 frames like that? Even the Nintendo Switch runs more frames than that.
Yeah, bro. So I don't know.
A pocket device.
I don't know what to play.
Wait, are you serious? Hold on, are you sure?
Yeah, bro. No, I looked at it.
Bro, what?
What if I switch this over here?
4K at Jesus. What? $40 Hz? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not a this. I don't think it's a this. Oh.
Yeah.
Is that the clip that they're being on by? Look, you can't tell.
You can't tell. It sounds like you're a bot. No, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
No, I'm like trying to figure out my RAM sticks. Like I'm.
Anything?
Trying to figure out how these hoes.
That's your RAM, right? Okay, but if you didn't hit anything, how would any of that even be? But okay, is it on? No, I'm talking about is like the is your RAM sticks on? Like, is it on? Like, is it supposed to be? Okay.
Yeah, they're on there.
The fuck?
It's because I've never touched anything in here. I've only cleaned it. I've only just wiped it down.
No, it's pretty clean.
Yeah, but no, as of right now, fuck no. Like this shit, there's dust caked up in this shit. I do need to clean it, but
still doesn't answer the question of why.
Yeah.
Like that.
Shit, maybe if I clean it, then.
Yeah. That's probably the first thing. It's probably the first thing it'll say online. So, that bit.
Wish I had one of those little mini vacs.
I see that. Duster. You need a duster.
Yeah. That would be pretty elite right now.
I really did lock in and place all these blocks. Missing one. Where's one? Do you know how to make slime stop spawning?
Trying to make slime stop spawning?
Yeah, cause this place is lit up, but the slimes. I think is that what a slime chunk is? Like, is that why they call it a slime chunk?
Yeah, I don't know.
But you've heard that term before, though, right? Like slime chunk.
I don't know actually.
What is a sleeper PC?
Oh, I want a sleeper beat. I wanted one so bad, but when I was first in the works for finding one, I low-key thought about building a sleeper PC. Like essentially, it's if I took the old hold on. If I took if I took like a old office PC, like the shell of that bitch.
Oh.
Then, you know, yeah.
One of them white, but it's not actually white ones.
Yeah.
That's actually funny.
Basically.
That's actually. I got a boom, little bitch. Rock out a boom, nigga. I got a little bitch. Got a boom, little bitch, and I'm towing it. Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Charmander. Ain't drinking leaning, I ain't drinking no fan. I walked in this bitch with the sawed off and no hammer. These eyes snot. Shit, boy.
Oh my god.
What's in?
Ah.
You sound like you finna start crying. Not today. Oh, what the fuck? How do you get glazed terracotta? Huh? This is.
Is I see my CPU.
Okay. What are you trying to do?
Where the fuck is my GPU? Trying to unplug that shit.
Okay, and then plug it back in.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that obtaining terracotta is this glazed terracotta. I really like this. So it's not an easy block to get. And the black one looks tough as fuck. But the yellow, they all look tough as fuck. Honestly, this is an amazing block.
Well, okay, well, I mean, I'm just straight.
It didn't look strange.
Wires kind of look out of place.
As if a decon went in that thing. Oh my god. I know that you hit that nigga with the fly. If that nigga touched your PP, that slap will be heard for generations to come.
Niggas are lucky that they left before I realized.
Hmm.
They freaking played hide and seek. They came in my room, and for some reason they thought it was a good idea to go in the closet. I went in there and just saw freaking all of my sweaters just off of the rack, just laying there.
Yeah, that would have been it. That would have been it for me.
Shit is weird.
Oh, bro. I'm about to put an iron golem or something down here. What is this?
Of course, this shit had to happen. Wait. Picture this shit. I don't think that. I don't think I do.
Yeah, you're a man of culture. That nigga be knowing. Be knowing the bangers for real. I just. Was a banger. Yeah.
Yes, bro. That shit is gas.
That was fire. Worked at a Mexican. When I was a bouncer. I always at that Mexican bar. That shit used to be bumping.
Like, I don't even know what the niggas saying, but that shit is still gas,
Best
though.
time in course. He's talking shit, bro. He's talking shit to some female.
Yeah, exactly.
He's taking your bitch. He's taking your bitch. Like, I even learned how to dance too, nigga. Like, I used to be in that shit. Stop.
I know my shit. I know this bullshit's already up. For no reason.
Are you playing the song?
Yep.
Yes, sir. That's that locking music. That's that locking music.
Los botones azules.
Los botones
This shit is
azules.
gas. Yes. Yeah.
I'm about to put that one in my Spanish fellas. Nigga, got that only.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think you do.
I don't know. I don't be knowing
And the names,
but
yeah.
once I hear,
Yeah, you
this
probably
and
will.
Oh wait, I think I was staring at this shit. Oh, okay. So if I low key, I could try this first. Well. I could see if sit around. I'll try the GPU first. Just so that then that's these AMG shit that
Come on, buckle back. Enggak rata. Good, it's Wait. Wait. How the tunes going?
I don't really know right now. Hold you. Oh, man. Whoa, nigga. Okay, where am I? Oh, I don't want to. I'm just trying to fucking break this shit.
What have you tried so far?
Oh, I just took my RAM sticks out.
Okay.
They're not going back in. And shit, I can try to work it. I can try to run it the way that it is now.
If it at least comes on, yeah. Your end.
When she doesn't come on, that's bad, unfortunate. I need to get it. Actually, is there any Q-tips in here? I don't think so. Shit.
Q-tip to clean it.
Yeah, I was. Shit. Okay. This is what it is. That was dusty as fuck. Yeah.
You don't even have a compressed air.
No, I freaking ran out of that shit.
Using it on your car.
Hey, why is that shit flickering like that?
Flickering of death.
Oh no.
What happened?
It immediately turned back on. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, Joe, what the fuck happened?
It's just turning off and on.
Oh, it's looping. But is the monitor coming on though?
No.
Got that bitch stuck in that boot loop. Let me call one of my boys real quick. So you basically just came home and it just wouldn't turn on to the monitor, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty guys, well, I will hop back on tomorrow. The build should be done. I will talk to y'all later.